This year, GYSS celebrates its 10th anniversary of the annual meeting between young scientists and engineers from all over the world, and outstanding scientists and engineers who got Nobel Prize, field medals, Millennium Technology Prizes, and Turing Awards. Last year, besides the problem of COVID-19 pandemic, I had a severe accident, and so I could not join the event even online. This year I can be with you online, and I am allowed to send more Thai young scientists to the event than the previous years. Besides having the opportunity to learn from global scientists and engineers from other young scientists and the visits to Research Institute in Singapore, these young people who are mostly in science and technology careers can be inspired to create the works that benefit Thailand and the world. As they become successful professionals in science and technology, they will inspire other children to pursue the same careers, and the government could see the importance of promoting more citizens to study science and technology. I hope that young scientists and researchers in science and technology won't be discouraged by the obstacles they encounter and continue to do their best. I hope that they will always think of new things as GYSS moves on to the next 10 years.
It's 10 years of Global Young Scientists Summit, and it's my pleasure to congratulate Singapore's National Research Foundation and also the organizers for having GIS this year, and I wish you a wonderful meeting. I'm very glad when I'm thinking of all the participants being the current or the former ones, because having exchange about science is one of the best things you can do. We in Lindau also had an anniversary last year, and of course it's always great to have this recognition for the past, but at the same time it gives much motivation and energy to carry on, particularly in times like these. Thinking of the young people, my message for you young scientists taking up a career in science and technology would be: do what you're really passionate about, be always curious and ready to share your knowledge, and a platform like the Global Young Scientists Summit is great for doing that. Sometimes I'm asked if I could get advice. I'm not within science, but my advice for further careers, of course with reference to a Nobel Prize, would be: despite all very obvious value in applied sciences, let's take COVID-19, do not lose sight of basic research, also for the sake of future generations. And now I hope you enjoy the GIS 22 and wish you all the best for it. Many greetings from Lindau.
The success of the Global Young Scientists Summit is a testament to the importance of borderless collaboration in the pursuit of excellence and the benefit of humanity. As we seek to tackle global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and protecting human health, and to pursue the knowledge of ourselves and the universe around us, this is the bedrock of future research, and it's your generation that will be at the forefront. The scale of these challenges may have inspired you all. I'm sure the desire to expand our understanding and make the world a better place will continue to inspire your generation. While the challenges are great, your generation, like those before you, stand on the shoulders of giants. You have access to new knowledge and tools that can help change the world for the better. I urge you all to grasp the opportunities and pursue your passions.
The Global Young Scientist Summit, GYSS, was established 10 years ago in order to excite, engage, and inspire young researchers to pursue their passion, develop solutions in order to solve problems in our economy and in society. This has never been more necessary. For example, COVID-19 has impacted all our lives, devastated many economies, changed our social habits. In addition, the world faces existential challenges, two of them, climate change and environmental sustainability. If we are to have any opportunity or any hope of overcoming these challenges, we need fresh minds to think up novel solutions, consider out-of-the-box avenues, and be able to put together a coherent program. What GYSS has done is to enable these young minds to collaborate together, exchange views, and form a community which will give us some advantage in overcoming these issues. GYSS has done well the last 10 years. I believe that GYSS will continue to do well and will continue to engage our young researchers and inspire them to do great things. Congratulations to GYSS on your 10th anniversary. I believe GYSS will continue to be relevant and will create new challenges and opportunities for all our young scientists and benefit the world and the scientific community. Congratulations.
This year, GYSS celebrates its 10th anniversary of the annual meeting between young scientists and engineers from all over the world, and outstanding scientists and engineers who got Nobel Prize, field medals, Millennium Technology Prizes, and Turing Awards. Last year, besides the problem of COVID-19 pandemic, I had a severe accident, and so I could not join the event even online. This year I can be with you online, and I am allowed to send more Thai young scientists to the event than the previous years. Besides having the opportunity to learn from global scientists and engineers from other young scientists and the visits to research institute in Singapore, these young people who are mostly in science and technology careers can be inspired to create the works that benefit Thailand and the world. As they become successful professionals in science and technology, they will inspire other children to pursue the same careers, and the government could see the importance of promoting more citizens to study science and technology. I hope that young scientists and researchers in science and technology won't be discouraged by the obstacles they encounter and continue to do their best. I hope that they will always think of new things as GYSS moves on to the next 10 years.
It's 10 years of Global Young Scientists Summit, and it's my pleasure to congratulate Singapore's National Research Foundation and also the organizers for having GIS this year, and I wish you a wonderful meeting. I'm very glad when I'm thinking of all the participants being the current or the former ones, because having exchange about science is one of the best things you can do. We in Lindau also had an anniversary last year, and of course it's always great to have this recognition for the past, but at the same time it gives much motivation and energy to carry on, particularly in times like these. Thinking of the young people, my message for you young scientists taking up a career in science and technology would be: do what you're really passionate about, be always curious and ready to share your knowledge, and a platform like the Global Young Scientists Summit is great for doing that. Sometimes I'm asked if I could get advice. I'm not within science, but my advice for further careers, of course with reference to a Nobel Prize, would be: despite all very obvious value in applied sciences, let's take COVID-19, do not lose sight of basic research, also for the sake of future generations. And now I hope you enjoy the GIS 22 and wish you all the best for it. Many greetings from Lindau.
The success of the Global Young Scientists Summit is a testament to the importance of borderless collaboration in the pursuit of excellence and the benefit of humanity. As we seek to tackle global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and protecting human health, and to pursue the knowledge of ourselves and the universe around us, this is the bedrock of future research, and it's your generation that will be at the forefront. The scale of these challenges may have inspired you all. I'm sure the desire to expand our understanding and make the world a better place will continue to inspire your generation. While the challenges are great, your generation, like those before you, stand on the shoulders of giants. You have access to new knowledge and tools that can help change the world for the better. I urge you all to grasp the opportunities and pursue your passions.
The Global Young Scientists Summit, GYSS, was established 10 years ago in order to excite, engage and inspire young researchers to pursue their passion, develop solutions in order to solve problems in our economy and in society. This has never been more necessary. For example, COVID-19 has impacted all our lives, devastated many economies, changed our social habits. In addition, the world faces existential challenges, two of them, climate change and environmental sustainability. If we are to have any opportunity or any hope of overcoming these challenges, we need fresh minds to think up novel solutions, consider out-of-the-box avenues, and be able to put together a coherent program. What GYSS has done is to enable these young minds to collaborate together, exchange views, and form a community which will give us some advantage in overcoming these issues. GYSS has done well the last 10 years. I believe that GYSS will continue to do well and will continue to engage our young researchers and inspire them to do great things. Congratulations to GYSS on your 10th anniversary. I believe GYSS will continue to be relevant and will create new challenges and opportunities for all our young scientists and benefit the world and the scientific community. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, co-chairs of the organizing committee, speakers, young scientists, and invited guests. Welcome to the 2022 Global Young Scientists Summit. I'm Kelly from the National Research Foundation Singapore, and I will be your MC for today. The GYSS is a multidisciplinary summit covering the natural sciences of chemistry, physics, and medicine, as well as computer science, mathematics, and engineering. Due to the ongoing pandemic situation, we are holding this event in a hybrid format. And while we are unable to host you personally, we hope that you will nonetheless be able to feel our warm welcome. We would also like to thank Her Royal Highness, Princess Ceridon, for gracing us with her presence virtually. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. The GYSS celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. Since the inaugural summit in 2013, the GYSS has evolved from the seed of an ambitious idea into what it is today, a prestigious fixture on the conference calendar which reliably attracts top scientists and young researchers each and every year. Here is a short video looking back at a decade of exciting, engaging, and enabling the next generation of scientific talent.
I think the most interesting part was that we have seen people from different parts of the world, especially researchers who come from different disciplines, from different countries.
I hope GISS, which is a borderless community, can keep growing to influence more people, connecting the top scientists and young researchers.
Found out that it's nice to communicate with young, educated people who can ask very unusual questions which you have never thought before. They also kind of see that Nobel laureates are just normal people, and that allows them to get inspired to achieve the same heights in their future career.
Education to science is extremely important for people and extremely important for countries and for our health and for our wealth. And I think that the GYSS is one important tool to disseminate this spirit around, attract young people and increasing the spread of knowledge in the society.
The way that it brings together scientists from around the world, young scientists, students, is rather special. They often had the same questions, the same concerns, the same desire to be able to contribute to the scientific process.
So GYSS is as relevant today as it was 10 years ago. In fact, more relevant than before. I hope that GYSS will continue to engage in this important mission so that young people everywhere throughout the world will have this opportunity in order to get together to tackle and solve difficult challenges.
We now have the honor of having Mr. Heng, Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore, Coordinating Minister for Economic Policies, and Chairman of National Research Foundation, deliver this year's opening address. Here is his speech.
A warm welcome to the Young Global Scientists Summit 2022. We commemorate the 10th edition of the summit this year. Over the past decade, nearly 4,000 scientists and researchers from around 50 countries have taken part in the summit. Many of them have gone on to become trailblazers in their fields, doing their part to create a better future for humanity. I hope that this milestone edition will likewise provide you with new perspectives, novel insights, and fresh inspiration. Do take this opportunity to expand your networks and explore new collaborations, for science knows no boundaries. Global cooperation is ever more important as we seek to emerge from the shadows of COVID-19. COVID-19 has been a crisis of unprecedented proportions. Critical to the global fight against the pandemic is the role of science and technology and the contributions by scientists from around the world, including in Singapore. Early in the pandemic, scientists here developed the fortitude test kits, which are now used in nearly 50 countries around the world. Globally, the development and production of safe and effective vaccines in record time have helped to contain the spread of the virus. The recent approval of COVID-19 antiviral drugs provides an additional layer of defense against the virus as we enter the third year of the pandemic. These breakthroughs were possible because scientists worked together across the institutions and borders and in partnership with the private sector, government agencies, and international organizations such as the WHO. While much focus has been on the biomedical sciences community, scientists from different fields have also weighed in, from the use of AI and big data for pandemic modeling to the use of digital solutions and apps for contact tracing. Our work is far from over. New waves of infection arising from the Omicron variant serves as a stark reminder of the agility of the invisible enemy we are up against. But I'm confident that the strong spirit of collaboration will see us through not just this pandemic, but also other global challenges. One of these global challenges is climate change. Eunice Foote discovered the greenhouse effect of carbon dioxide in 1856 and made a conjecture of how it could influence global temperatures. Since then, thousands of scientists have contributed to this field of knowledge. 3 of them were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics last year. Today, with this body of knowledge, we are able to robustly model the effects of climate change. In other related fields, scientists have made clean energy sources more viable, from solar to wind and increasingly hydrogen. New discoveries and innovations have enabled sustainable human development at a reduced cost to the environment. The path from research discovery to implementation at scale is often a multi-year, if not multi-decade journey. This requires not just working in global partnerships, but also deep commitment and sustained investment. Let me cite to you an example: New Water, Singapore's journey towards water sustainability. Where I'm standing now is the New Water Visitor Centre. As demand for water increased in tandem with population and economic growth, Singapore had to secure new sources of water. New Water is one such source, where treated used water is purified using advanced membrane technologies and UV disinfection into clean, reclaimed water that is safe for drinking. Singapore explored the idea of water recycling in the 1970s. But it was only until much later that the technology became commercially viable, thanks to scientific discoveries in various parts of the world. Today, membrane technologies are widely used for water reclamation in many cities, including in Singapore. We currently have 5 new water plants, which forms a key source of water for Singapore. Importantly, New Water is a weather-resilient source, which is especially important as droughts occur more frequently with climate change. Having benefited from global scientific advancements, Singapore will continue contributing our tech expertise and operational knowledge to strengthen water sustainability in cities in the region and beyond. Sustainability is one of several key research domains that Singapore is investing in as part of RIE 2025, our R&D plans for the 5 years leading up to 2025. The other domains include health and human potential, advanced manufacturing, and the digital economy. Under RIE 2025, Singapore is committed to investing US $19 billion over 5 years towards research, innovation, and enterprise. 1/3 of the overall funding is committed to basic research to grow the base of scientific capabilities and intellectual property that we can draw on. The research domains that I've highlighted are not unique to Singapore. These priorities are common to many other countries. Hence, to maximize the impact of our researchers, a key feature of RIE 2025 is to work in partnership with the global scientific community. As the world around us becomes more interconnected, interdependent, and uncertain, solutions to our challenges will also increasingly be more interdisciplinary, interinstitutional, and cross-border. Albert Einstein once said, "To raise new questions, new possibilities, to regard all problems from a new angle, requires creative imagination and marks real advance in science." CREATE, which stands for the Campus for Research Excellence and Technological Enterprise, is our international research collaboratory. CREATE is home to research projects set up with leading global universities and research institutions to tackle these common priorities. Our partners at CREATE include ETH Zurich from Switzerland, Cambridge University from the UK, Shanghai Jiaotong from China, and MIT from the US. Another important initiative to foster global partnership is our gathering today, the Global Young Scientists Summit. COVID-19 has continued to put international travel on hold for many of us. By now, many of us have learned to work effectively in virtual settings. With the event going virtual, we're able to reach out to a wider audience. We're expecting more than 800 aspiring researchers and scientists this year from 128 institutions across the globe, a record number for this summit. Professor Ciechanover, Professor Stefan, and Dr. Venki Ramakrishnan will be leading the opening panel. Their reflections on the transformation of scientific research and the renewed expectation of science on society and global challenges will be a fitting start to the summit. We also welcome 21 plenary speakers and panelists who are distinguished leaders in their respective fields, including Professor Benjamin List, the most recent Nobel laureate in chemistry. A few of them have been with us since the inaugural summit in 2013. We hope that you will draw inspiration from the distinguished speakers and panelists that we have lined up. I also encourage you to join the Young Scientists presentations and the networking sessions to connect with fellow scientists and researchers. When international travel normalizes, I welcome you to visit Singapore. We look forward to working with you and hope that you will spend time with us to further your research endeavors. By working together, we can create a better and brighter future for the world. I wish you all a fruitful summit.
Thank you, DPM. As part of the anniversary, we have also planned for a series of simple activities that we hope you can participate in. Head on to our Instagram page, GYSS_SG, and click on the filter tab. There, you can firstly try the My Science Story filter, where you can take selfies with some of our speakers. Secondly, you can also take a stab at our science quiz and test yourself on your knowledge of some of the topics that our speakers will be touching on, as well as some GYSS trivia. Thirdly, we have also developed some stickers for you to dress up your IG stories. You can search for them on Jiffy using the hashtag GYSS2022. Don't forget to hashtag all your poses as well. Next, do remember to cast your vote for your favorite My Science Story video in our video challenge. The video with the most votes will win the People's Choice Award, the prize being a round-trip ticket to GYSS 2023 in Singapore next year. This year, we have a grand total of 89 video submissions, many of them very creative, so do go on to the link provided and vote for your favorite video. Lastly, we have designed a digital time capsule to capture some memories of this momentous event. The capsule will be opened 10 years later, in 2032, to revisit and reflect on the changes and progress in science and technology. It is now open for contributions over the next 4 days and will be sealed during this Friday's closing ceremony. Do chip in with your contribution. And lastly, for updates on GYSS, do follow us on our social media platforms. Search for the handles that you see here and stay updated with daily highlights and exclusive story clips from our speakers. Lastly, I would like to take a minute to orientate you on the hop-in platform you are on now. Right now, you're on the stage tab, where the plenary lectures and young scientist presentations will be taking place. Click on the reception tab to see the daily schedule, as well as the full lineup of programs. If you click on the sessions tab, that will be where you will have your small group sessions, group networking sessions, as well as panel discussions. A user guide is available on the help desk tab, where you can also approach us if you need any assistance. Do take a minute to familiarize yourself with the platform and explore the various functions. And that brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. We hope you will start building friendships with your fellow scientists across the next 5 days. We will kickstart the summit shortly with a panel discussion featuring Professor Ciechanover, Professor Stephen Hell, Dr. Venki Ramakrishnan, as well as Professor Yvonne Gao, as they consider whether scientific research has fundamentally changed. This will be followed by plenary lectures by Professor Alessio Figalli and Professor Didier Queloz, before we end today's session with another panel discussion, this time with Professor Cédric Villani, Professor Leslie Valiant, and Professor Simon Chesterman, as they discuss artificial intelligence, ethics, and governance. Once again, thank you for joining us and being a part of GYSS 2022. We wish you a fruitful summit.
Peter Gluckman, President of the International Science Council, based in New Zealand, where I head the Centre for Informed Futures. And I'm also Chief Scientific Officer of the Singapore Institute of Clinical Sciences. Over the next hour, we have a panel discussion, an important panel discussion, on the question of has scientific research really changed? Is it really changing? Clearly, what defines science has not changed. It has several key characteristics of being a systematized body of knowledge based on robust evidence and subject only to rational and evidence-informed explanations, and subject to continuous testing and revision. Those characteristics have not really changed since its fundamentals were defined by Bacon, Newton, and Boyle. They've remained the same, although they've been reinforced over time. But science's position in society has clearly changed, and its criticality to society is clearly demonstrated both by COVID and by climate change. And the question is, does that change in relationship to society have impact on the way science is done? At the same time, scientists have changed, technologies have changed science dramatically. Dan Sarabitz, one of the most prominent science philosophers of our time, would argue that technological developments are central to how science has changed. For example, would the questions that Venki or Stefan have been, or Aaron, been able to address been possible without technological changes? But at the same time, science has driven those technological changes, as in the case of Stefan Hall. Yet others would respond that technology is not the driver, rather it's intellectual thought that evolves. Think of Charles Darwin or Alfred Russel Wallace, who changed biology fundamentally through thinking and observation, not through technology. Of course, both arguments are correct, but the question for today is, has the nature of scientific research itself changed in the lifetime of those who are on this call? And will it change, or how will it change into the future? And to answer that question, we have three distinguished Nobel laureates who, like me, are all of a certain age. And to respond to that, I've asked a much younger academic and distinguished scientist in her own right, Yvonne Gao, to respond. I'm not going to spend time introducing our three Nobel laureates. Venki Ramakrishnan, who's a good friend of mine, who got his prize for the remarkable work he and his colleagues did on the ribosome, or Aaron Ciechanover for his work on ubiquitin, a question which I remember struggling with when I was a young postdoctoral student so long ago, or Stefan Hall, who's made such a difference to what we can do using microscopic techniques. Rather, I want to use this valuable time to ask them for their views. So let me start by asking each of our three Nobel laureates to reflect very briefly on, do you think the nature and the conduct of scientific research has changed over your careers? Venki, do you want to start?
Well, I think when I started, it was not uncommon for senior scientists to be working by themselves in the lab with very small groups. And what has happened now is there has been more of a sort of explosion of science, and it's resulted in greater collaboration. Science has become more internationalized. We talked about technology, but I think the computer and the internet are having a different kind of transformation of science than, say, having a better spectrophotometer or even a better microscope. What they're doing is they're enabling information to be shared at breathtaking speed. I remember when I was growing up in India, it would take 6 weeks for a journal to show up, often by surface mail. You were not really in contact. You couldn't really communicate with authors of papers very easily, and so on. Now there's a huge leveling effect. That information is almost freely available to all parts of the world. And what that's resulted is it's resulted in the growth of science in areas that were not so advanced only 50 or 60 years ago. For example, the remarkable growth of Asian science is a phenomenon we've all witnessed in the last few decades. And I think it will change. Of course, as you pointed out, science is universal. The laws of gravity are the same in China or in Alaska, but the nature of the questions that people ask will be both culturally and politically influenced. What do you consider important to study? And I think that's going to have a healthy effect on science. There'll be a diversity of priorities and ideas. At the same time, the internet also creates a bandwagon effect. So there are these conflicting forces. You have the opportunity for diversity, but you might actually, because everybody's in contact all the time, everybody follows the same fad. So I find it hard to predict where it'll go, just as we could not have predicted the effect that social media would have had. Nobody predicted the way social media would evolve 20 years ago. So I think it's hard to predict how science is going to pan out in the future.
Thanks, Venki. Aaron, do you want to pick this conversation up?
Yeah, of course, I agree with Venki about the changes, but I regard the changes mostly technological. I think that the principle has not changed. Just to bring an example, technology and intellectual drive have always been linked together, kind of a cogwheel. Think about the history of DNA. It was initially discovery of the DNA as the genetic material by McLeod and McAvery. Then, of course, the structure of the DNA. The structure of the DNA led to a technology, which is sequencing. The sequencing led later on, along with computer sciences, to sequencing of the method. I remember myself sequencing a gene on a long gels was crazy. And now to automated one, and then to sequencing of the entire genome, then to discovery of mutations. The mutations led to discovery of another technology, CRISPR, how to correct mutations. So I think the principles have not changed. Technology always advanced questions, questions advanced technology, and so on and so forth. Of course, Venki is right. The technology and the questions have been broadened. Scientists are not working by themselves anymore. You need many experts around you to help you in areas that you are not familiar with. Let's say for me, bioinformatics, imaging, and so on and so forth. But fundamental questions are not going to be solved by technology. Think about the era that we are living nowadays. COVID-19, a virus that has paralyzed the world almost completely. Look at ourselves. As Venki said, this is the new way of traveling. We haven't imagined it 2 years ago. Whether it's better or worse, time will tell. But we haven't solved even the problem of simple, so-called simple infectious diseases. The fact that nowadays we don't have to repeat that every scientist will solve the structure of a protein, but AlphaFold may help us solve the entire structure of the proteome, will not help us understand better or solve faster the problem of antibiotic resistance. We still have to go to the bench and to really probe and dissect the mechanism, and so on and so forth. So the questions will grow, no doubt about it, in dimension. We have better approach to questions that we haven't been able to approach before, like aging, like malignancies, and so on and so forth. But at the end, we may change even our animal models to more sophisticated models or to different models because of resistance to experimentation in animals. But all in all, I think, if you think long term, whether one day we shall be able to replace the human drive behind it, my thinking is, I hope that not.
Thanks, Aaron. Stefan, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I think Aaron and Venki made very good points. I think also the principles have not changed. I agree with Aaron. And of course, one of the principles is that the decisive factor are humans, are the scientists themselves. So that has not changed. I mean, that's very, very important to keep in mind. Have there been changes? Yes. I wouldn't say there was a single change that I would highlight, but there have been a number of small changes that altogether kind of made a substantial difference if I compare it with the way science was done maybe 30 years back when I decided to become a scientist. Now, one thing that changed in my view was the way results are published. So back in the days when I was young, one would look into a certain result and decide to publish it in a journal that is highly specialized and directed towards a certain community. We didn't care much about the impact factor because, of course, it was targeted towards a certain community that would appreciate the result. the internet and the accessibility of results and databases, of course, have made this kind of thinking obsolete. And what has happened instead is that people look into the prestige of the journal. And the prestige of the journal has become a proxy for the quality of the result, which is, of course, not always true. And I think nowadays people very much look into, oh, we have to publish it in a certain journal that is prestigious and so on. And this kind of thinking of proxy of the prestige of the journal for the result is something that, in my view, is kind of overemphasized nowadays. And it wasn't that strong, say, decades back. Then the second thing that, in my view, has happened, and that's something that one could argue about whether this is good or not. I think back in the 90s of the last century, or even earlier, science used to be a calling. So scientists decided to become scientists because of passion, because they liked science, and it was a calling. So they didn't think much about how much do I earn and what career do I make in science. Of course, people were always worried about their careers, but I think this kind of thinking has kind of grown. And nowadays, I know of people who want to become scientists, like others want to become, say, carpenters or something. And as a result of that, science has become more industrialized. The number of scientists has grown, and because it's industrialized, there are so many scientists, you see it more regulated. There's a lot of regulations about how science is done and how it should not be done. And that's also a development that is to some extent deplorable. To some extent it's good because there are more scientists and science is growing more quickly. But the problem with that is that it's more subject to what you call in German Zeitgeist, so the way people think about something in a certain period of time. And there's a risk that science is becoming more politicized, and scientists are appreciated not so much for what they do or what they've discovered, but the way they behave or how they react and these kind of things. And my worry is that we lose characters, real characters in science that are sort of kind of unique and may have their corners, or so might not most the pleasant people, but they're highly creative. So that's the thing that has happened, and those guys may have a harder time in the future. That's my take.
Yeah, let me just pick up on a couple of points that each of you have raised. I mean, one of the issues, Venki, that's certainly changed over time is the size of the system dramatically. When I was a young scientist 50 years ago or 45 years ago, you knew everybody in the field because it was a small field, there were a few people in it. Now, there's literally thousands of people. The size of scientific meetings, even quite a specialized nature, have grown quite enormously when we could have meetings. And I think that's a lot harder. It also has meant that the size of funding has not grown in parallel with the size of the system. And so it's a lot more, I think funding mechanisms are much tighter, more competitive. Many good ideas don't get funded, whereas I think when we were young, there was a lot more robustness in the system, allowing us to be a bit more provocative and less conservative in the way we put proposals forward. I think the other thing that's changed is the nature. I once wrote a paper saying, has science lost its scholarship? When we were young, we would write papers for, as Stefan says, for the journal of record for that discipline with quite a long discussion where we would potentially speculate or hypothesize beyond the data. Now it's become fashionable to have very short discussions, and you get comments from a reviewer saying, don't speculate beyond the data. So there is a sense in which the system has changed, and perhaps one can understand why, for some of the reasons that Stefan talks about, the industrialization of it. But I do wonder if we've lost something. The other thing that's emerged just in the COVID period, and it comes back to the point that somebody raised, is the rise of the preprint. The rise of the non-peer reviewed preprint and the use of as the way of scientific communication. Now, to some extent, one can understand why that would happen in COVID, but it raises some interesting questions about how one distinguishes really reliable science from less reliable science. I don't know whether people want to reflect any more on those kinds of issues. Venki?
Yeah, so I think part of the problem that Stefan and you have brought up is that there is a sort of pyramid structure to science now. I don't know how it compares to 50 or 60 years ago, but the fact is that there are very few academic jobs compared to the size of the student body and postdocs. So they're all sort of competing for these few academic jobs. And part of the reason is that the only role models young scientists see are their mentors and their colleagues, which is to say other academics. They don't see all of the other opportunities for scientists, for example, in industry and policy and government, in publishing, writing, all sorts of things. There are huge careers out there, but they're not brought to young people's attention. So they're all scrambling. And that results in their wanting to publish in journals where they think they'll get a leg up. Now, why do they publish in these journals? Why is there this big rush? And it's because nobody's an expert. You talk about science or nature. It's supposed to be a general interest magazine, right? I can tell you, whenever I've published in those journals, I can't understand the paper before mine or the paper after mine, even though they're closely related, okay? And, so it's become highly specialized. So search committees have no idea, is this person's work really good or not, So they use the journal as a proxy, saying, okay, if this field's peers feel it's worth publishing in Science or Nature or Cell, then it must be good. And so we'll take that for granted. So they're using the journals as a proxy. Now, I don't know what the solution to that is. The other thing about preprints, it's a great idea, but it then means that you have no quality control into what's out there. There's already a huge amount of noise in the system. There's noise through social media. There's all sorts of alternative facts, etc. So who's going to sift through all this noise to, distill what people know is to be sort of, real or at least worth considering further? I think it's a very tricky problem. I don't see good solutions, even though all the academies, including Royal Society, discuss this.
Stefan, do you want to pick this up at all?
Yes, I have a certain view on preprints. I agree with what Venki has said about preprints and the quality. I mean, that's very clear. Quality certainly is a problem with preprints, but the good thing about them is that they define priority. You see, in the past, if you had a big result, you had to worry about which journal to send it to, because you could come from a small community somewhere, say in a corner of a world, you send it to a big journal, no one knows you, and then you're worried that your result doesn't get published because no one knows it, they don't trust your result, and then it gets delayed, and they ask for all kind of controls and so on. But if you send it, say, from Harvard or Stanford or so, it goes through, you get your priority. Now, this has changed. I think this is very good, because now everyone from any corner of the world can publish their result instantly. It's very clear who had the result first, full stop. And then time will tell if the person was wrong or right. It used to be like that anyway. I mean, of course, a peer review sorted out the total nonsense from the rest. But of course, you had wrong peer-reviewed papers as well. And I think peer review still has its role and will play its important role. That's very clear. But the preprint, I think, is a blessing in my view. And of course, one has to be very careful about what's stated in those preprints. They're very clear. We should not be naive about those results. But I think giving priority to the people who had the result first or the ID first is a real blessing.
Aaron? Sorry, Aaron, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just, the culture of publication is clearly changed dramatically. The introduction of bibliometrics have changed it in a big way. And as Venki mentioned, we are also have become very busy. Stefan mentioned the regulation on science. We are very much busy with all kinds of regulation. I'm spending, I don't know, 30-40% of my time on animal forms and convincing committees that the experiment is worthwhile and the pain to the animal and so on and so forth. So basically, we don't have time to read, even for candidates that we want to promote. So what we are doing, we are resorting easily to numbers, H factor, number of citations, and we say somebody did the work for us without even understanding what we did. And I can cite, I don't want to go into details, an unbelievable amount of work, fundamental works that have been published in what we call now side journals, just because they were not accepted to the mainstream or to the big prestigious journals. So maybe on the other hand, the preprint culture is also dangerous because it doesn't go any peer review. Anybody can publish anything. And part of it is that people want to protect their property, so they want to be the first. So you're going out, you put it on the archive, and then you say, well, I was the first without any. So what is the optimal way, peer review versus, and there are other biases. People are complaining because now we have the databases about discrimination of women in publishing, about discrimination of minorities in publishing, about priorities given to known scientists, to kind of stars in publishing. So certainly there is a problem in the publishing industry, and we should really think about it. And also the pricing has become intolerable. We are paying, research is being done by the taxpayer money. And the taxpayer doesn't have, not even the taxpayer, even the university scientists don't have access to this unless you are paying, our library, and I'm sure that the libraries of all the institutions are paying thousands and thousands of dollars or euros or pounds every year in order to read what they did. Because the publishers are private organizations. They are money-making organizations. Think about Springer. Think about, some are not, like PNAS or, academies or professional organizations. But the big one, Nature Publishing Group, they have 200 journals. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. How we allow it to happen? This is our property. This is property of the community. So this is another disadvantage or fallback or something wrong that happened to us.
I once worked a little bit with Ros Yellow, who got the Nobel Prize for discovering radioimmunoassays. And she told me that the paper that she and Sol Burson wrote describing the first radioimmunoassay got rejected 20 times before it got accepted. And the reason was because they kept saying that you could raise an antibody to a protein. And nobody believed at that time in the 1960s that mammals would produce antibodies to a native protein. So it's interesting how dogma can get in the way of important conversation, and nothing's changed in that. On the other hand, anyhow, Yvonne, would you like to come in now and make some comments?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as someone who had to play that game and fight for a position in the academia recently, I think, you raised very many good points. A lot of us are, eager to publish in these high impact journals because that's the criteria that the search committee uses to gauge our caliber as scientists. And I think, it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, right? Like we can say at one time that on one side, as a community, we can try to steer away from this, but at the same time, for young scientists, it's also quite a lot at risk in terms of careers and future trajectories of our research. So it's a very difficult problem, but I think there are quite a lot of new community efforts that are rising up. For example, a lot of the journals, especially in my field, for example, the American Physics Society journals, they are starting to have open source, more open access articles for readers to have more easy access without paying a premium for subscription. There are also other efforts such as SciRate, where it is preprints that are not peer reviewed, but it provides a platform for fellow researchers to actually discuss and submit informal reviews to these new articles that's being submitted to provide a little bit of a gauge for the rest of the community to see how credible these results are. So I think there are positive changes in the right direction, but there's still quite a lot to be done in terms of publishing career choices. I think one other thing that I would like to note, especially for the audience here, is that just within my short, scientific career compared to all of the other panelists, I've seen this change of young scientists moving away from this mentality that academia is the only path forward if you are doing a PhD. So perhaps at the beginning of my career, that's really one of the only options we all talk about. We would like to go to university, be a professor one day. But more and more so by the time I graduated, a lot of my peers actually ended up going to industry, policy, and many of them actually went to start their own companies to bring the technologies they built over the career to a level where it can be some sort of products or a technology, innovation that can be translated into the society. So I think these changes are extremely exciting, and I'm very happy to see that, because it does open up so many opportunities, so many more opportunities for the young scientists going into this field. So they can go into the field because of their passion, right, and not have to worry about getting very limited choices at the end of their journey in terms of career.
Venki, you raised the question in your introductory remarks about computation, and there's no doubt that computation has totally changed the way we can do science. I mean, I don't know, I remember getting the first electronic calculator, so I no longer had to try and do correlation coefficients with a manual calculator, which was a very time-consuming business all day to get a simple Pearson correlation coefficient. So it's changed what we can do remarkably. And of course, now big data may be changing the way we do science. Do any of you think that big data in itself is changing how we look at questions? The traditional Baconian model of hypothesis to testing, et cetera, is big data changing that?
Yeah, so I think big data is making possible asking questions that you never could before on the basis of small scale individual experiments. You can see connections, you can generate new hypotheses, and this cannot be done by humans. It's being done essentially almost entirely by computational methods, increasingly by machine learning and artificial intelligence. And, I remember Aaron mentioned AlphaFold. Now, AlphaFold is in very early days. And of course, you can't sort of glean mechanisms, but I can tell you, DeepMind has already spun off a company to use machine learning to look at ligand binding and, the impact of ligand binding, which is going to accelerate drug discovery. So, and chemists are now using AI to develop new organic synthetic routes. Okay, I mean, this would have been unheard of, 20 years ago. I see a real potential, but also a problem. And the problem is that currently, as machine learning is applied, you do not know how the algorithms come up with the conclusions and that they do, or the answers that they do. And we need to have some way of connecting what they do to our intellectual framework, where we have a sort of idea of how the world works and physical laws and chemical laws and so on. And how does that connect with this result? So I think, it's going to be interesting times ahead, but it will change the way science is done as well, I think.
Aaron?
Yeah, I want to relate to the big data from the clinical side of view, because I am a physician, and this is a problem, and there is a money issue here. So, for example, I was chairing actually a big project in Israel that aimed at sequencing 100,000 Israelis, men and women, sick and healthy, young and old, coming from different ethnic groups, with the idea of having access for scientists to this. And part of it is also to do kind of reverse medicine, to know how their clinical files look like, whether in one group that is taking a medicine for diabetes, the frequency of prostate cancer is lower or higher? Can we make the link, and so on and so forth? The advantage of Israel over many other countries is that the entire population is basically insured in only 2 agencies. So there is potentially access to all the clinical files plus the sequence. We thought we have a gold mine. Nevertheless, we failed colossally. Why? Because the health fund objected to provide the information because they thought that it belonged to them and they can charge money for that. And it's kind of a gold mine. So the issue of sharing of clinical data, big data, sequencing of cancer patients, or just again, looking at patients all over the world that get one drug, maybe we can use the drug for another aim to repurposing drug, is blocked by financial interest. And I think that this is really pity, because as Venki mentioned, I'm not talking about protein structure data, but clinical data that can help repurposing drugs, for example, are blocked because of financial interest. And that's really pity.
There's a related issue too, Aaron, which I think comes back to a comment that Stefan made before. I'm also a clinical scientist, Aaron, and I run the very detailed cohorts in Singapore, where in some subjects we have 1 million data points per subject. And of course you need big data approaches there. But the other problem we have in the collaborations is the fight for priority. If the clinicians put all this effort into collecting all that data, and the data goes off to somebody else who does it, and then somebody else runs the AI or the big data systems, who gets the credit? And in this, and I think as science gets more and more multidisciplinary, in some domains it's well understood. So in geology, it's not uncommon to see 100 papers on authors on a paper. In genetics, it's now not become uncommon to see 100 authors on a paper. But in some areas like physiology, it's very unusual to see more than 10 papers on 10 authors on a paper. So these issues of credit, which come back to the issues that young people worry about, are quite real. Stefan?
Yeah, it's a difficult problem. I think even if there are big consortia, usually it's a few people who really take the lead or have taken the lead. And it will be important to find it out. I mean, we've had the situation in high energy physics for quite some time. I mean, there you have papers with, say, 100 or a couple of 100 authors, and still you can identify 2, 3, 4 people who really took the lead, and they had a vision and organized things. Because in the end, I mean, people collaborate only if there's a certain goal, and somebody has to define the goal and has to take the lead. So while I agree that there will be issues with credits, there are solutions to identifying the decisive people.
So when I look in the chat room, and I mean, it's interesting how the young scientists who are listening in here, and we have over 600 people in attendance. Most of the chat is around the publication issue, the credit issue, the promotion issue, the quality of peer review, impact factor, what I call the bibliometric disease, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The issue is, how do we change that system? How do we improve the system? I mean, I think although we have all thrived or survived the peer review process, we also I suspect, all been frustrated by it at times. So do any of us, you have any views how the peer review system might evolve? It's a hard question. We've all struggled with it. Venki?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult question. All of the academies, all of the science organizations pay lip service to the idea that when you judge candidates, you should not look at where the paper was published, you should consider the actual contents of the paper, etc. But as I pointed out, science is highly specialized and siloed. So a review panel has a very limited expertise, in judging any particular paper. Unless somebody in that particular field happens to be on the panel, they're not going to be able to judge how good a paper is or how important it is. It takes a huge amount of work. And I think part of the problem is something you alluded to earlier, Peter, which is the amount of funding in academia has not kept up with the size of the community. And the second problem is everybody's fighting for, or used to be, I'm glad to hear from Yvonne that it's less the case now, but everybody seems to be fighting for those few academic jobs at the end of the tunnel. And as long as that doesn't change, you are going to have this problem. So I think the real solution is to make science open up, expose young people to entrepreneurship, to policy studies, to government, to publishing, to all sorts of interesting jobs. Many of those jobs are at least as interesting as academia, I can assure you. And so, you know, if young scientists know that there's a whole world out there, they'll be less worried about, you know, publishing in these few journals to get to the next leg up. I think that's what I think is a solution.
Stefan?
Yeah, I think Venki is right. And I think it's very likely to happen. I'm very optimistic about that. And the reason why I think this will happen is that the time between a discovery and the time it's going to be used in, say, in a certain application, whatever that is, yeah, is going to be shorter and shorter and shorter. So in the past, it took maybe 20, 30 years until a discovery was kind of exploited commercially, if you want to call it like this. Now things change very rapidly for many reasons. First of all, information flows more easily. Secondly, there are more scientists and there's more fluctuation. And thirdly, there is industry has realized that science and discovery is a big fool actually for the development. So I think this will happen, Venki. I think this will this sort of interchange between industry and science will happen more often than we saw it in the past. I can see it in my field very, very clearly, but I think you can see it also in other areas.
One thing that's
certainly in physics and computer science and some areas of chemistry,
exactly,
it's been long true that you know people go off into industry and so on.
Well, how many people got Nobel Prizes from Bell Labs a long time ago? I mean, there's been good science done in private sector for decades. So, I mean, one of the things that's not been discussed at all, and I'm interested it hasn't been discussed, we talked about team-based research. One of the things that's also emerged, particularly, and maybe it's fashionable at the moment, is to talk about interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research and getting people out of disciplinary silos. Now, a lot of that is about the more utilitarian turn, which I think is, Venki referred to the taxpayers wanting return. It's about dealing with climate change, environmental issues, sustainability issues, et cetera, et cetera. It's also important in medical research, very, very important in medical research, and this role of social versus natural sciences and so forth. The issue is, how do we balance these different kinds of research modalities? What some people call basic research, what George Porter, one of Venki's predecessors, called applied and not yet applied research, avoiding the term basic research, but the different kinds of research, but also between disciplinary and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary activities. Because there has been a shift, I think, in attitude, particularly in many universities in recent times over the balance between these activities. Any of you want to comment?
Let me say something about it again, because I'm in a medical school and close to the hospital, so the issue of application is coming up daily. In the word applied or translational, the meaning of it is that you apply something basic into something applied or usable or marketable or commercial. The same in translation. What is translation? You are translating one language, which is in our world is the basic science, into another world, which is more, again, commercial, marketable, useful. So I think that what's going on in universities today, especially in Israel, Israel has a unique academic culture because we used to rely a lot on philanthropy for buildings, for equipment. Jews all over the world donated to different purposes, not only academic life. If the Philharmonic Orchestra, different organization, philanthropy was kind of our culture, and gradually it's phasing out because of generational change. Holocaust survivors are passing away. I don't want to go into the history of it, and the universities are pushing people physically, I would say, or proactively, to go more into translational applied research, which I think is dangerous, because at the end of the day, the spring of ideas of basic research will dry out, and there will be nothing to translate. So I think we should let people do whatever they are good at. I can think, for example, about our research. We started from a simple question of how proteins are degraded, and all of a sudden it's a multi-billion-dollar industry of drugs that are coming to the market. We didn't mean to do it. We are not involved even in it now, only marginally. But it came out because, I heard a very good statement from Michael Sella, who used to be the president, a very renowned immunologist, who used to be the president of the Weizmann Institute. And he said there is no translational or applied research. There is only good or bad research. And so I think times are changing. I don't know what is the culture now in New Zealand, Australia, Germany, or the UK, and how people are balancing it. But I can tell you that in Israel, I'm now surrounded by a beehive of IP people that are walking into my lab and try to find any idea that might be marketable, commercialized, protect this. If you go to a conference, don't talk about this and don't publish this and don't, it's really, really changing. And I try to really reject all that and to do what I've done for years. But it is changing. And the commercial, again, I talked about commercial interest and money that is involved in big data, and it's also involved in our academic life, unfortunately, and in a big way.
Anybody want to, Venki, I'm sure want to pick up on then Yvonne.
Yeah, I want to address the whole question of interdisciplinarity. I mean, Stefan and I think, are both started life as physicists who, worked essentially in cell biology or molecular biology. And, but we didn't do it because somebody told us you have to be interdisciplinary. I think what you do is you follow, I work in a lab founded by physicists, Max Perutz and, Francis Crick, and these people were all physicists and changed molecular biology. I think it happened in an organic way. And my view is interdisciplinarity should be encouraged. You should remove the barriers to people talking to each other and collaborating and so on, and not be too siloed. But it's not something you have to force. A lot of good science will come out within a narrow discipline, and some of it will come out by across disciplines. And you need all kinds of science, for the enterprise to thrive. And we should get away from these sort of fads, of this thing. This is the way to do science, or that's the way to do science. There is no, prescribed way to do science, I think.
Stefan or Yvonne?
Yeah. Actually, I just want to add on to that point. I think having this collaborations across disciplines to happen organically is really crucial, because you can't just lock a bunch of scientists up in a room and say, now do interdisciplinary research, right? So I think what's really meaningful is events like this, or conferences where it's broader in scope, where people just end up talking to each other because they find each other's work interesting. There's been some really amazing developments in my field of quantum computing, just because physicists started talking to material scientists, and they realized that we're doing something, there's a better way to do something we've been doing for a long time, and all of a sudden things improved dramatically. So I think it's this kind of conversations that needs to happen, not some, forms or shapes of research that can be forced upon us. And on the other point earlier, basically about the collaboration between industry or the commercial domain and academics, I think it's not all bad. In some fields, in my field, for example, there's actually quite a nice synergy because the industry solves a very different kind of problem than what we do in academic labs. So for example, we could be building some proof of principle experiments, and they may not be perfect, but the aim is to show that a certain new way of doing things is possible. But then our industry partners could then take that over and start optimizing that to actually make it usable and make it more ideal to be something that's viable as a technology. And that frees us up from thinking about that last digit of, is it a fidelity of 99 or 99.99, and we can just go do something else that's interesting. Well, we can leave the optimization and the engineering to the experts in the industry. So I think there are, organic and good ways for academia and industry to work together. It just has to happen in a way that's rational, that makes sense. A lot of this actually goes back to common sense, right? It's not there's not a prescribed format, as Venki said. It has to make sense. It has to happen organically.
Aaron?
I just want a short comment about the involvement of the industry. It's as Yvonne said, it's very positive. The industry has means that we don't have in the academia. Screening, they can do a lot of things that we cannot do. The only issue that bothers me is the mixing of academia and the industry in the same very physical place. If you have a lab and you have 20 students and some of them are involved in commercial project and they don't talk to the other students, that's bad. So I think that, you should really build a fence. Your industrial activity should be outside the walls of the academia. That's the only thing that I'm asking for. For myself, I'm establishing now a company and I'm a CTO of another company, but it's completely separated, absolutely, from my own laboratory.
The other thing that I reflect on over my career is early on, grants were much more generous and less focused than they are now. I think that there's been a lot more focus. You will do precisely this experiment in this precise way, and it's the same thing as peer review, you must define it very tightly. And when I think back at the work that got me recognition, it's all come from the side work I did on the side of the main application, not the actual major thing for which we were funded, but because they were accidental findings or they were things that we followed our nose on with a little bit of spare money. And I just wonder whether the industry of science, not private sector industry, but the industry that Stefan was talking about, the industrialization of science, has the risk of reducing that level of excitement on serendipity, the ability to follow serendipity, the ability to shift direction without waiting a year and writing a grant, which may struggle because it sounds like an outrageous idea. I once wrote a grant when I was told by the 3 reviewers, this is not fundable because it's not possible to do this experiment, to which we rebutted by showing the preliminary work that it could be done. And so I think there is something in the system which comes back, Venki, I think, to the money mismatch between the size of the field and the money available, which forces people into more conservative thinking in their grant applications. And we need less conservative, not more conservative thinking in our research. I mean, all of you have got recognition because you were not conservative in the way you approached a question. Had you been conservative, you may have been good scientists, but you would not have been great scientists. And I think it's that we need to protect. Venki?
Yeah, I think one consequence of that is people start building bigger and bigger labs because it protects the lab head from fluctuations in funding cycles and so on. I remember in the old days, professors would be happy with one NIH grant or one MRC grant because they knew it was stable and they could just continue tackling the problem that really interested them. And it's also, so it's leading to these disparities where you have successful scientists running huge labs and other people scrambling for money. And I think that's not healthy either.
So in the last few minutes, let's turn the question. Where do you think, we're obviously all focused on a set of related issues around the culture of science. how do you think it might emerge over the lifetime of some of the audience that's watching us? Yvonne, do you want to comment first?
Oh, I think the cultural science, I mean, in my short career so far, it has constantly evolved, but in a way that constantly surprises me as well. I feel like the most important thing for all of us to to keep an open mind and not be afraid to keep exploring and keep experimenting with different ways of doing things, especially of doing science, because that's the one discipline that really requires us to be creative, to be bold, and to be adventurous.
Okay, well, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to ask each of you for a punchline. You know, what do you think is the most important things for young scientists to be aware of as they proceed in this very complex ecosystem where no one part of it, universities, funding agencies, governments, the science community, the academies and so forth, actually determines its shape? It's a really complicated ecosystem. What do you think is the punchline for young scientists now? Venki.
I would say, follow your passion and do what you're interested in, because you will never you're not going to, as a scientist, you're not going to end up doing something boring. Even if you leave academia, lots of people find things that are far more interesting actually after they've left academia. So whether you're stay in academics or you go into other areas of science, you'll have an interesting life. So I would say don't, get paralyzed with fear and anxiety when you really should be enjoying doing what you're doing, because, science is ultimately a very interesting life. So that's what I would say.
Stefan?
I fully agree with Venki. I think doing what you're really good at and what you really enjoy is the key, and there's no question about that. And it can be done in different ways. I mean, it can be done in an academic setting for sure, if that works out. It could also be done, say, in an industry setting, and who knows? I mean, there might be other opportunities coming up in the future. Maybe there is philanthropy to some extent that gives money to very young and courageous scientists to think out of the box, and then they can do the thing that they want. I would hope that this happens at some point, and so in a way, I believe the best thing is just to do what you feel that you're really good at.
Yeah.
It appears there is a complete consensus among the three of us. All what we need to do is to convince Yvonne that this is the way to go. When I look back at, when I talk to young scientists, when I look back at my 45 or almost 45 years in science, and people are asking me about my profession, or say I've never had a profession, I always had a hobby, and some university paid me for my hobby. Really, I enjoyed every minute. And I think that people know when they enjoy it, that they are not fighting daily. Of course, we had the same concerns. I'm sure that Stefan and Venki, I had concerns about funding, I had concerns about publication, I had concerns about promotion. Like, we are human beings. We had family, we have to raise families, to travel, postdoc, moving all around the world. But I didn't let any of those be on my way. At the end of the day, I paved my own road, and I enjoyed it immensely. To nowadays, I enjoy every day in the lab as if it has been the first one. And I think that people cannot lie to themselves about this feeling. And I think that in this way, all three of us do agree completely. We just do something that is awfully exciting and enjoyable. True, we are a little bit smart in retrospect because we all received some accolades and recognition, but certainly we have not started our careers and have not lived 30, 40 years until the accolade came in order to get an accolade. This is not the purpose in life.
And I'm already sold. I've already committed to starting a career in academia, and so far it's been 2 years, and I have to say it's been exciting and very enjoyable. It's worth all the effort we put in. So I guess if there's anything I would like to pass on as a younger scientist in this panel is, you know, the skills that we learn really in our scientific career is so useful elsewhere as well. And it's, you know, even if had I not committed to the research career academia, I believe that there would have been many other ways that I can use these skills I learned in my PhD to do meaningful and exciting work in any other fields. It's just, I felt very empowered to make any choices at that point. And choosing to be academia is really out of something, you know, just like you guys have already said, having a great hobby and getting paid for it is quite a nice thing.
I think on that note, Yvonne, we should wrap up. I would absolutely agree with all of you. I mean, I've enjoyed every bit of my life. Yes, it's frustrations. Yes, there are risks. Yes, the system's never treating you as well as you would like the system to treat you. You always think they should give you more money than they do. They always think your paper shouldn't get rejected the first time round. Those frustrations exist. But at the end of the day, it's a really, if you're not enjoying it, don't do it. Because at the end of the day, the frustrations will be there, but the creative juices, the intellectual collegiality, the way we can relate to people, the community of science is a great community to be a member of, whatever part of that community you're a member of. So with that, I want to thank Venki, Stefan, Aaron, and particularly Yvonne for what's been a very splendid and enjoyable conversation. And I hope we've addressed indirectly many of the questions in the Q&A. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's our great pleasure to have Professor Figalli to deliver a plenary lecture today. Professor Figalli received his PhD in 2007 under the direction of Luigi Ambrosio and Cédric Villani. After working at CNRS, Ecole Polytechnique, and the University of Texas, Austin, he has been a chaired professor at ETH Zurich since 2016. He has made many breakthroughs in the theory of optimal transport, regularity of PDEs, functional inequalities, and free boundary problems. For his outstanding work, he has received an impressive list of awards, including the EMS Prize in 2012, the Stampecchia Gold Medal in 2015, and the Fields Medal in 2018. So today, let's welcome Professor Figalli to deliver his lecture on recent development of optimal transport theory.
So thank you very much for this beautiful introduction. And let me say that it's a great pleasure for me to be here in this occasion. So let me share. So today I would like to talk about recent developments in optimal transport theory. Some people maybe have been in the audience last year have already heard the beginning of this lecture, but you will see that this year I would like to focus more on some releases and things that have happened in a topic which is very dear to me. Optimal transport is a topic that I started to work on during my PhD, and then it has followed me through my whole career. So let me just begin with a very quick introduction to the optimal transport. So optimal transport, it's a very old problem. It dates back to Gaspard Monge. So you see Gaspard Monge here in this picture. Monge worked during the French Revolution, so we are in the 18th century, and then during Napoleon. And Monge was interested in the following problem. You have a certain amount of material that you extract from the ground, and you want to transport it to different places in order to build fortifications. So Monge had in mind military applications. And the question he asked is, where should I send each element of soil in order to minimize the total transportation cost? Okay. Now, the term of transportation cost is usually the one of the very important parameters in the problem. What is the transportation cost? Monge's choice of cost was the total travel distance, which means that if I want to transport, let's say, 1 kilogram of material between two cities, if the two cities are 100 kilometers apart, I pay 100. If they are 1,000 kilometers apart, I pay 1,000. So it's just really the number of kilometers. This is a possibility. Of course, there are many other choices. Monge's contributions have been very, very important to this problem. And then, so here we are really at the end of the 1780s, where there have been the first important contributions. And essentially then for 150 years, nothing happened. So there have been still, okay, some results, I shouldn't say nothing happened, but there's a nothing major happened to this problem. And to have the second breakthrough, so the second really key player in this game, we have to wait until the 1940s. Kantorovich was a very famous mathematician and economist in Russia. And what he did was to introduce a new mathematical framework for the optimal transport problem, so to deal with a very natural question. The natural question that Kantorovich wanted to study is the following. I have, let's say, bakeries that produce bread. I have coffee shops that want to buy bread. And I need to say how much bread goes from each bakery to each coffee shop. You have to think that we are in a situation where there is no market competition. So it's really the price of the bread is the same for everyone. So it's not that coffee shops and bakeries are going to compete with each other. The price is fixed. There is nothing to do. What you want is the global wealth. And to make the process as efficient as possible, you want to make sure that the bread has to travel the least distance possible. So it means that for each bakery, you will send bread to the nearby coffee shops. And perhaps it could happen that a singular bakery can supply bread to multiple coffee shops. In the same way, some coffee shops may need to buy bread from multiple bakeries because perhaps there is a balance between supply and demand, and you cannot match everything just with one coffee shop. So you see that in this picture, there are many arrows that either go out of a bakery or get in a coffee shop. And the problem is, you know how much bread is produced in each bakery, you know how much bread each coffee shop needs. You have a balance condition, which means that the total amount of bread produced by all the bakeries is equal to the total amount of bread needed by the coffee shops, no waste. And then you need to draw arrows that tells you how much bread goes between each bakery and coffee shop. So this, what Kantorovich did was to transform this problem into a very robust mathematical setting that made it computable, made it actually a convex problem, which for mathematicians is really important because it means that it's very easy to prove that a solution exists, but also numerically it's very easy to find the solution. There are methods to solve convex problems. And for these contributions, actually, Kantorovich received the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1975, jointly with Gluckman. So this was another very important step in the history of optimal transport. But let's say at this stage, still the mathematical community, in a broad sense, was not part of it yet. There were some players, but let's say optimal transport remains still a problem for kind of just a niche. And then it's only in the 1980s that suddenly became the optimal transport problem that we know now. Why? The reason was that there have been some other results by Brenier, Errach, and Ruschendorf that made it more and more visible to the mathematical community. And As we said it now, for a mathematician, we just say that they have a cost function, C of xy. So this is just for each x and y, this cost gives me a number. This C gives me a number that tells me the amount of cost to transport a particle from x to y. The cost can be very general. And then given the cost has to be fixed and decided at the beginning. You want to minimize the total transportation cost among all possible maps, so all possible functions from that transport the mass from the left to the right. So here you see in this picture, there is this amount of material that wants to be transported to build a castle. There are natural questions like, do optimal transport exist? The optimal transport map exists? It's not obvious. And in part, and also, can we understand how they look like? These questions got a lot of answers. So let's say by now we have a pretty good understanding of these questions. But in this lecture, I would like to really go forward and tell you, okay, but what, independent of the problem itself, what can I do with optimal transport? Does it have application outside of the obvious, let's say? So optimal transport right now is rather ubiquitous. Of course, you can use optimal transport if you want to do urban planning. That's natural because, of course, optimal transport is about efficiently transporting resources. So you can use it to efficiently transport people from houses to offices. So it's very efficient. It's a very natural tool in urban planning. You find it in biology because biology is efficient. If you have a system like a tree, for instance, that wants to send nutrients from the ground to the leaves, it will do it an optimal way. There will be an optimal transport behind it. But there are applications that perhaps are a bit more surprising. There are applications particular to machine learning that I would like to discuss today. And I will also make another example to meteorology because I like it, mostly because it has been an important step in my career. So it's more for a personal taste than anything. So when I worked on optimal transport, so for many years, optimal transport actually was mentioned in 2018 when I received the Fields Medal. Then many people ask me, okay, but what did you do in optimal transport? I mean, what was your contribution? And there has been a comics that has been produced in Italy where the author, Leo Ortolani, gave his own interpretation of what I did. So this was let's say, a Fields Medal solution to the optimal transport problem. So you want to find the cheapest way to move masses from one place to another. And here you see that my solution is just to take public transportation without paying the ticket. That's very efficient for you until they catch you. So just hope they catch you after you got already the Fields Medal, then you're fine. Now, jokes apart, this is not one thing I did, but one thing I rather did, and I would like to mention you, is use optimal transport to study a problem in meteorology. So the semi-geostrophic equations are a model in meteorology that essentially wants to do the following. You have, let's say, an atmospheric front. Here I simplify it and I make it a cloud. You have a cloud made of particles. You take a snapshot, so a picture of it at time t0. You take another snapshot 1 millisecond later, let's say. So the particles moved a bit. This is the picture slightly later. And then, each cloud is made of many points. And then your question is, okay, but by just looking at these two pictures and by looking at all the dots, so all the points of water that compose the cloud, can understand who went where. Okay, so can understand each point from the left where is in the picture on the right. This is the question. Not clear how to answer. Perhaps the intuition will tell you that the point most to the left will still be the point most to the left and so on. But then once you have a lot of points, it's very tricky. And Mike Cullen, a meteorologist in the UK, understood actually some very important principle in these equations, that is that there is an optimal principle that tells you that particles move in an optimal way. What does it mean? It means that if you want to find the right matching by just coloring the points from left to right, what you should do is to solve an optimal transport problem. You want to transport the point from left to right in the cheapest possible way. You will ask me, okay, what does it mean cheapest? You have to tell me what is the cost function, right? For this question, the cost function is distance square, which reminds you of like velocity square, which reminds you perhaps of kinetic energy. So not surprising, it's something physical. So this means that optimal transport could be used potentially to solve these equations. This was the idea when Cullen found this interpretation. People thought, okay, now I can use optimal transport, solve perhaps some optimal transport problems, and then from that reconstruct the real physical variables of the problems, which are pressure, velocity, and so on. Not so easy. So the connection was known for more than 20 years, but people could not exploit it because some theory of optimal transport was not still developed. In particular, what was missing for the specialists is about studying a certain kind of equation, which is called Monge-Ampère equation, which is the one I wrote it here. Here, there is a measure mu, which represents the picture on the left, the cloud at the initial instant of time. The measure nu at the bottom represents the cloud at the final instant, at the next instant of time. And then you have this nonlinear equation for function phi. So you look for a function phi which solves the following equation. The determinant of the Hessian is equal to the ratio between the density of the first cloud divided by the density of the second cloud composed with the gradient of the map. I don't expect this to transmit anything, but I wanted at least to show you what kind of equations appear in these problems. So the goal was then to study this equation and get properties of these equations. That's what we did. So I started to work on this problem. It was back in around 2005. I tried for many, many years. And, for me, solving this problem was like trying to climb the mountain that you see on the back. I wanted to reach the top. I knew which theorem I had to prove, but I didn't know how to do that. So you try one path, you get stuck, you try to go ahead, you keep getting stuck, and sometimes you just have to accept that you were on the wrong path. So you step down, you go back, and you start again, over and over. It was a long process, 7 years roughly. But in the end, in 2012 and then published in 2013, we managed, together with Guido De Filippis, to solve the problem. We reached the top. And then with Ambrosio Colombo De Filippis, we also solved the semi-geostrophic system. So sometimes some stories have a good ending. I would say that this is not so common in the sense that in reality, I should say, I don't know, I tried to work on many, many problems in my career. And, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time, actually, it doesn't. So there are many problems that I try to solve that are still unsolved. But that's part of the game. It's also part of the fun. And also, I would say it's part of how research works. I mean, we try to solve problems, we get stuck, perhaps we never solve them. But in the process of trying to solve them, we learn a lot. And perhaps the skills or the things that we learned in the path of solving something, they will be useful 5 years later, 10 years later, 2 years later, sometimes if you're lucky, to solve something else. So it's never a lost time. It's just the way science goes and the way research goes. So there is failure, there is frustration, but that's part of the game, and it's the way it is, and one should not, one should take it the right way. So here it's anyhow, this was instead a story with a happy ending. This was one thing that really was very important to me. Now I would like to mention another problem, going now to applications, having in mind also a bit of machine learning, because that's where I want to go. I would like to mention a second problem on which I also worked, and this is about random matrices. So random matrices are essentially what? Is a huge matrix where the coefficients are random. Okay, so you don't know what are exactly your coefficients, they're all random. There is probability in it. Why they're important? So they've been introduced in nuclear physics already in the 1950s. But now they appear a lot, for instance, in machine learning. So what happens in machine learning? A very important tool in machine learning is a neural network. A neural network is usually described by the picture that you see here in this slide. This is like the classical picture of a neural network, where you have layers of neurons. You have an input layer. So that's the first layer is where you will put information into your neural network. So you will give some numbers, let's say some information. Then the network will start to process this input through the different layers. And then it will produce an output that could be, okay, I give you an input, like a picture, is processed, and then I give you an output. For instance, the picture represents a cat. That could be. So what is the goal in neural network is to choose the intensity of the connection. So for each pair of neurons between two next layers, you may have a connection between them, but then you have to choose how strong is the connection. So you have a lot of possibilities because you need, for each connection, you have to put a weight essentially. And this is the difficulty, which weight you should use so that the network then is able to process, pictures and tell you which animals is represented or something like that. So on an abstract level, not to enter just directly in this, so you want to study properties of random matrices, because a very natural way to do this process is to start first with random weights. You hope that probability will help you a bit, and then you have to train your network. So you start from a configuration which is random, but then you do a training process where you adjust the weights over and over by just using a lot of pictures as examples. So to then finally reach a network which is trained to recognize the images. So about random matrices, I worked on it with Alice Guionet. Then we published a paper in 2016. And there we'll be able essentially to use optimal transport again to study random matrices. The idea is that maybe I have a random matrix that I would like to study. I would like to understand how the properties of these metrics. These metrics you should think are huge. They have a lot of entries. Of the dimension is huge, a lot of rows and columns, but you don't know how to do that. But then perhaps there is another different random matrix that you know how to study because it's easier. And then you could say, okay, but a random matrix is probability, right? So there is a probability density associated to it. But then if I have a probability density from my first random matrix and I have a probability density for the one I know how to study, I could use optimal transport to transport the distribution of this matrix, so that this probability density, from one configuration to the other. So I could embed the problem that I have. I had a problem which I didn't know to study. I could simplify it via optimal transport. In reality, there is no cheap trick in math, the same way there is no cheap trick in life. It's not that because you use optimal transport you simplify the problem. You just put the difficulty somewhere else. But perhaps you are able to, if you put the difficulty in another problem where you know how to work with, you may be able to solve it. So it's not that optimal transport magically simplifies everything. It's just you put all the difficulties, instead of being on the random matrix, they go on the optimal transport, but then you have to work on that. But okay, it works. We managed to solve some highly complex models with that. So this was let's say a personal example. Now I would like to go more on some other examples. A very classical object now very classical. It was introduced 8 years ago, but by now it's become classical in machine learning, is GANs. So GANs essentially is two neural networks, let's say, a generator and discriminator. And what they do is the following. The goal of the generator is to generate fake images. The role of the discriminator is to discriminate between fake images and real images. So the discriminator will receive a lot of images. Some are good, some are real, some are false. And then it will tell you, okay, this is good, this is false, this is real, this is false, and so on. But every time the discriminator gives the answer, then there is a feedback coming. So if the discriminator has been right, so perhaps he realized that the image was fake, it means that the generator was not very good because he created a fake image that the discriminator was able to detect. So then we give feedback to the generator, and the generator improves. Vice versa, if the discriminator didn't recognize a fake image, we will tell him, wait, you didn't recognize it. So the discriminator will improve its information via this feedback. So there is kind of a min-max game where they both try to get better and better. So we train the two neural networks at the same time. They both try to improve themselves. And this is a very powerful tool. And essentially, people have been trying to find variants of it because its computation is very heavy. And so what was proposed roughly 3 years after the introduction of GANs was Wasserstein GANs. So Wasserstein Ganz, what is Wasserstein? The Wasserstein distance, sorry. The Wasserstein distance is what we call the minimal transportation cost. So this WC of mu theta and nu is the following. Let's say mu theta represents a sample of let's say fake images. Nu are the real images, okay? And WC is the transportation cost to move a fake image to move the set of fake images to the set of real images. So WC is just the minimal transportation cost. So the subscript C is for cost. So you change C, you will have a different minimal transportation cost. And W is for Wasserstein because that's the usual terminology in optical transport by now. So essentially what you want to do is that you look at the minimal transportation cost between the fake images and the real images. And what you do is that you want to optimize. There is a minimization in theta. So what the theta part is what the generator is doing. The generator is trying to optimize itself. So theta represents like the optimization of the parameters of the generator, so that it will produce images that are closer and closer to the real ones. So, in sense, what this Wasserstein GAN proposes is to discard the discriminator. There is no discriminator anymore. Use optical transport as to discriminate between real images and fake images by looking at the distance in an optical transport sense. How expensive is for me to take a fake image and transport it to a real image? You can transport anything. Images are made of pixels, so you can just transport the pixel, look how much it costs you to readapt pixels so to recreate another image, and you compute the cost. So this is an example of application. Even more recent example is in sickle cell genomics. So you have, let's say in biology, a very classical phenomenon is that there are cells that evolve over time, they differentiate over time. So you start perhaps from a certain bunch of cells that are all the same. Then over time, there is cell differentiation. This is, for instance, how tumor forms, right? So there are cells that suddenly become tumors. And these cells over time, they change and they become something different. And the question is, can you understand by just looking at snapshots of these cells, what happened in between? So let's say for each day, I take a snapshot. I know more or less how many cells I have for each kind. One per day, I know it, but I don't know from one time to the other one, from one day to the other, I don't know which one became the next one. So I miss what happened in between. The reason why you cannot take too much snapshots, so you cannot keep sampling, is that what happens in this situation is that when you see a cell, when you analyze it, you kill it. So that's the difficulty. You cannot take too much snapshots. In reality, you never observe the cells that are there because you can just do some statistical information because the moment you observe something, you kill it. So it's not there anymore. So that's a bit the tricky part. But let's say you have cells at different instant of times. You know more or less how many of each kind. And now you want to know what happened in between. And the idea of Waddington optical transport is to combine a standard interpretation in single cell genomics, which is given by what's called the Waddington landscape, which is essentially what I depicted here in this picture. The landscape is this like background where the cells moves. So the idea is that there is a landscape that governs the evolution of cells. And then you would like the optical transport to kind of fill the paths in between, okay? And this was used, for instance, by Schippinger and his collaborators. For those of you who know what these codes are, these iPSC, neuron, stromal, placental, these are just names for different kinds of cells. Day zero math is really the beginning, so is when all the cells were of one kind, and they evolve over 18 days, and then they start to do mutations. And then depending on the intensity of the colors is whether is the probability of a trajectory or not. But in a sense, this picture represents the evolution of cells over 18 days. And there is a kind of reconstruction of how they should have gone from, let's say, MEF to neural or iPSCS or placental or whatever. So just to say, there is a lot of work. I'm not here to explain you this, but just to tell you there is something very interesting happening in this direction. Other things, numerical complexity. This is like one of the, let's say, universal problem behind optimal transport. Why so? Because optimal transport, to be efficient, should be computationally also treatable. And if one uses like standard algorithms for, let's say, using just the fact that Kantorovich problem is a convex problem, you will require n cube. The computational cost will be something like n cube. Okay, so n points means n cube in terms of computational cost. And when n is 1,000, perhaps you can do it. If n becomes to be millions, then it's really too much. So you would like to improve it. And one fundamental breakthrough that was introduced by Couturi and then developed by Couturi and Perret was the entropic regularization. So the idea is that instead of solving really the optimal transport problem, which is the one on the left of the picture, so it's where you have mu and nu, the two measures you want to transport, and then you're looking for like a very precise line that represents really, so that you have to think that this line is the graph of the transport map. So this line is a very precise line that represents how to move mass from mu to nu. You are happy even with something a bit, let's see, smoothed and fade out. So you see the picture becomes much less clear, which means that particles spread out, there is noise, is a noisy problem. But because there is noise, it's computationally much easier to solve. So you don't solve exactly optimal transport, you solve a smoothed version of optimal transport, noisy version, but you can do it much faster. So this was a fundamental breakthrough in the topic. Still, we are far from the optimal rate that one would like to achieve, but it has considerably improved the computational cost. Another question, neural network gradient flows. It's a beautiful thing that another connection, very probably unexpected, is that if you want to train a neural network, I told you what you want to do is to say the intensity of each connection. So let's say that you have just one layer. You have input, intermediate layer, output. So then your goal, and let's say the output is just one outcome. So it's one value. Like you put figures and then it gives you a number between 1 and 10. It tells you digits. Okay, so you are reading postcodes and you want to get numbers of the postcodes. Then the only goal here, essentially the real goal, is to find the weights between the input neurons and the hidden neurons, so this theta I. And then instead of looking at numbers, you can look at measures, another measure, which is built here on the bottom. This mu is 1 over n, n being the total number of connections, sum over I of delta theta I. So in sense, instead of looking at numbers, you transform these numbers into a measure, a probability measure. And then the training of the network, which means finding numbers, is equivalent to train measures. So to find the best measure, because there is a correspondence between these n numbers and these atomic measures. And it turns out that training a neural network can be rewritten as training as an evolution of measures. And this kind of evolution, I just wrote the formula again for experts, like, you know, the presenter Yao, she's an expert. It's an equation which is really the classical equation that we are used to see in optimal transport gradient flows. So it's something that we have seen for the last 20 years. So this is especially interesting. So there is a very deep connection between training one layer, single layer neural networks and what are called Wasserstein gradient flows. And then just to no, I think this was my last slide, which I wanted to conclude with I would say rather unexpected other connection. To conclude, I just wanted to say that this connection, which is extremely powerful, unfortunately, so far is unavailable if you have more than one intermediate layer. So the picture that I showed you before, where there was at least already, let's say, 2 layers in between, there is not such a connection. So there is not clear how to transform the training of a, let's say, multi-layer neural network into an optimal transport problem, which people know how to treat. Okay, that's let's say, it's good that there are so many open questions, I think, because this will give us work for many years. And also, as you have seen, all the problems I mentioned to you, Wasserstein-Gunn or Weddington, ocean transport, these are all ideas that have been introduced in the last 3 years. So I think there will be a lot that is going to happen in the coming years. So that's everything I wanted to say. I'm really sorry I cannot be, let's say, in presence for this event, but I'm happy at least to be virtually there with you. So thank you very much for the attention.
It's great to see that optimal transport have so many applications in real life. So I already see that there are a few participants that have asked questions in the Q&A part. So let me first start from a mathematical question by Amartyansh Dubey. So he asked that, are there any interesting or impactful applications of optimal transport theory in the field of ill-posed inverse problems? Can we use it for better prior design?
For inverse problems. Yeah, well, I think, so I haven't seen, I know that some people working on inverse problems are more and more interested also on optimal transport, because in some cases it could help. I haven't seen some, like, let's say, macro tool yet, but I mean, so there are two ways, so especially in the mathematical settings. So here you see, most of the examples I gave today were like applications. And then, you know, you kind of make an ansatz. You believe that that optimal transport can help you in that problem, like in single cell genomics. You believe it in it, you try, you hope to do better than what other people could predict without. When you do mathematics, optimal transport is usually either is there or is not. That's why sometimes it's very difficult to find it. So maybe it takes a lot of years. So when you can use it and it works rather well. So there have been a lot of powerful applications to geometric inequalities, function inequalities, Ricci curvature, probability. It just came and people saw very quickly after one main discovery. So there is always the breakthrough, someone realized something, but then it just comes so naturally. And then there are other problems where it's just, I haven't seen any optimal transport and wouldn't know how to put it in it. So I don't know. I mean, what I want to say is that sometimes, so one can try to see if there is a reason why optimal transport should play a role, but also optimal transport is not, you know, sometimes it's just not there, and that's fine with it. It's not the solution to every problem. I think that's part of the game. Yeah, and sometimes there have been stories where it looked like optimal transport could not give answers, and suddenly a new idea came out, and it really entered again. But you know, I would say it's more the times that it doesn't work than the times that it works. It's fantastic when it works.
Another question from Matteo Menoloto. So he asked that, is there, so regarding the part on the application of optimal transport on machine learning, is there any words on the bias that you may create when designing an AI-based approach? Is there a way to measure how agnostic an approach is?
Yeah, and it's not obvious, right? I mean, this is not part of optimal transport. I think whenever you try to train a network and things like that, there is always a margin on inaccuracy, and usually optimal transport performs. I mean, when it's suitable, I would say it performs as well as the standard other methods. Sometimes the tricky part with optimal transport can be the computational cost. That's why some people don't like it to use in some problems, because perhaps computation it gets so heavy that it doesn't, that it's too, perhaps it will be theoretically very nice, but computation is too expensive. but there is, let's say, no standard way, I would say, to know a priori how well it performs or not. One thing that I should say is that the moment you want to apply optimal transport in machine learning, a key question is which optimal transport I'm using. So what is the cost? The cost is not given. No one knows what is the right cost. So there are two assumptions there, right? The first macro assumption, which is like out of faith, is like optimal transport will be useful in my problem. Okay. Then you decide that you want to apply it, but then which cost should I use? And you change the cost, you change the solution. So this is sometimes what people also put it as part of the problem itself. So in your neural network, you could also train the network you have perhaps several family of costs which can be changed depending on parameters theta. So there was this minimization over theta. So theta is this like abstract space of parameters. And perhaps you could embed also the choice of the cost into the training of the network. So you change, not with the problem, you also change the cost. So you have some parameter family of cost. And that's what also people try to do, right? So you don't know a priori how it has to be. So you optimize, you choose, not only you optimize the problem, but you optimize also the cost. And again, you have to make sure that you don't do it too expensive. It doesn't become too expensive. So that's why then people also say, well, let's not use really optimal transport. Let's use perhaps noisy version of optimal transport, which are faster, tools like that. But I would say it's also a very recent area. So it's difficult to know really how far it will go. But I would say it looks very promising considering how many different connections there are so far.
Thank you, Alessio. So due to the time constraint, I think I will just have a last question from the audience. So this is not a math question, but it's really about the transportation in the real world. So Golan Bendur asked that in the future of transportation, scholars thought ride sharing would solve future problems, but study finds that it won't, and we must have regulations. What's your take on that matter?
Sorry, which one is the? Can you?
About your view on ride sharing.
Oh, ride sharing. Yeah. That's not very mathematical.
It's transportation in the real world, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. Regulation, not regulation. That's not very mathematical. I think. Overall, there will always be a problem of regulations, and I think this is not only with transportation. So I think we are humans, and there is always this kind of moment where we match real life with theoretical applications. And I see the same problem. I think there should be general regulations, and one should be very, very careful with everything because, of course, then the world is more complex than just single place. It's the same with artificial intelligence when you think, or machine learning when you think about self-driving cars or stuff like that. There is the idea that with AI we can perform way better than humans, and that's a fact. But the moment that something bad happens, how do you deal with that? Of course, if the machine learning is just detecting postcodes, saying the wrong postcode one time out of millions, nothing too bad happens. I mean, the postman will do more mistakes than the machine learning algorithm that shows the postcode. That's not a problem itself. But then you do a mistake with a driving car and you kill someone, that gets tricky. And also we are less if a mistake is done by human, we accept it as human beings because we are humans itself and we know that there is failure, mistake. But the moment that mistake is done by machine, we don't accept that. We will never. I mean, it's how we feel as humans, I think. And then, of course, for each country there are different human rights, there are different regulations. So it's very, very tricky when you mix problems like that and I don't know. I think it's more complex. It will take many years overall every time you want to use. I mean, you want to understand how to implement things in real life. There are so many factors happening to that. As a researcher, as a mathematician, let's say, I always phase usually is the first layer that I always see, right? So the more theoretical application of it, even for implementation at a engineering level, right? And then there is all the next steps that will fall before something becomes really goes in the real life. So I never had to face too much this, but I think it's important, and the regulations will be there. They have to be there. There is nothing we can do, I think.
Thank you, Alessio, for sharing with us your thoughts on that matter. So due to the time limit, we have to wrap up for today's plenary talk. Thank you again for the fascinating lecture, and thank you everyone for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are, and welcome to this plenary session. My name is Simon Redfern. I'm here in Singapore today, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Didier Queloz to you. Didier is, as you will know, a leading astronomer, astrophysicist in exoplanets, and he's going to be talking to us today about exoplanets and life in the universe. It's a topic of particular interest to me because I'm a geoscientist, and Earth scientists have always said that the Earth is our best data set. Well, of course, we didn't want to take on challenges like trying to find Earths around other stars, but this didn't deter Didier. More than a quarter of a century ago, during his PhD, he started developing spectroscopic methods to study the wobbling of stars in distant parts. In particular, he looked at a star in the constellation of Pegasus and noticed the oscillation of that star, which indicated the presence of the first observed exoplanet, the first planet outside of our solar system. And he's gone on to develop methods that have been used by the community globally to explore distant planets. And the interest of, I think, of these explorations of distant planets is what they tell us about our own origins, about the origins of life, and this is where Didier's research is now heading, and he leads up research groups in Cambridge and also in ETH Zurich to discover life beyond our planet and the origins of life. And I think that, Didier, is your topic for today. People want to hear from you and not from me, so I shall hand over to you, Didier. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for this very nice introduction. So I will share my screen. Hopefully this should be working. You should be seeing my first slide, right? If I don't hear anything, it means it's okay. Yeah, it looks okay. So I think it was clearly described by Simon just before that essentially we're moving from the perspective of looking at the Earth and using all these many planets we have found on other stars and trying to understand the origin of life. And that's a bit what I will try to convey to you, is to explain how we're going to do that. It's still something that we have not done, but there is a lot of elements that are piecing together right now, which is extremely exciting, and which is, I believe, the beginning of a new era, or certainly maybe possibly a new discipline, which is merging a little bit different, other more established disciplines. So let's talk about exoplanets, so planet on other stars, and the connection about life in the universe. Well, the best start for that, it's the solar system itself. The reason why is it is, and it will be for a very, very long time, the only planet that we will have the possibilities to study in great detail, to go there, to land there, and hopefully to bring back rocks or maybe gas and some of the other satellites of a giant planet back to Earth for being studied. So that is the starting point when we talk about planet on other stars, is to use our own planets as a reference. And well, I don't want to start the whole on what is our planet made, what is history, but there is something which is nice that you can understand very well if I open two different kind of giant planet, one which is called the gas giants. Jupiter is the best example. Saturn is about the same, and another giant which is called ice giants, which are Uranus and Neptune. And when you break apart and look at what is inside, what you see, what you understand is, well, of course, we don't break it apart. I mean, we just sense it with flyby and using the gravity, I think, development of the gravity on the modes of the gravity that we sense this. There is a core, which is a solid core in the middle of the planet, and then there is a lot of gas. In the case of Jupiter, most of it is gas. It's the primordial gas, hydrogen, helium you find. In the case of Uranus and Neptune, there is a lot more heavy gas, but there's still gas, and also the core. And then we're left with the tiny planets like the Earth and Mars and all the telluric planets, with essentially all this core material. Well, the fact you have a core is essential in the whole history of the formation of the planet, because it is the way the planet is being formed. They are collapsing on the core. This is called the core collapse, I think, mechanism, and they're collapsing. They're bringing by accretion the element together, and they accrete material from a seed, which is the beginning of the planet. This is the way the planet is being formed. It's by accreting the gas on the top of it when there are gas left over. When there is no gas, you have to glue all this solid element together, and that's the formation of the planet, which is very different from a star, which is collapsing the clouds of gas and making by the collapse the star at once. The planet is more like a slow build up from the seed, assembling all the bits together. And from the solar system, we have a very good understanding of what a planet should be. And we have this global, let's say, mechanism that we used to, we used to understand from the fact that there's a lot of material when you are away from the sun, just because of the gas becomes solid material. This becomes just because of the change of phase. So you have a lot of material which is gluing together, and you can assemble the gas, which is solid in this case, and building up a core material much quicker, much faster for planet slightly remote, like Jupiter, for example, and Saturn. So the core is assembled from a lot of these solid particles made usually of gas, but because it's far away, it's solid. And then when you reach some mass, you start accreting all the other piece of gas, which you cannot reach a solid state, which is the hydrogen and helium, and then you bring up this big planet. And that's how we understand this big planet outside. And in the case of the telluric planet, you slowly glue together all the pieces you can find around, which is in that case more silicate base when you form the planet. And that is the understanding we have on the planetary system. So up to the point we had planet on other stars, everybody had in mind that kind of structure. And this is the reference structure that we all using as the reference of a solar system planet. Now, when we started looking at other stars and finding for the planet, we all had the system in mind, but frankly, we had a big surprise. We had a big surprise because most of the planet we have found, and I say we, it's the whole community, it has been now thousands of planets been detected. And from the day one, and we kept being surprised on the planet we have found. And to try to picture that in a very simple diagram, I have collected all the data that we have right now on the planet, on other stars, all the exoplanets, and I've collected only 3 parameters. I've collected the orbital period of this system in days. I got the radius of this planet. So we got the radius because some of these planets are transiting. So there is a brief moment when the planet goes in front of the stars. And from that, we can find out the size of the planet or the radius of the planet. Or we have some of the planet for which we get the mass because we see the motion of the star due to the planet. So we use the Newton law, essentially, and to get the mass of this planet. So this is a 3 parameter. It's a very, very fundamental and basic parameter that we have on the system. And it's already these 3 parameters are telling us a very fascinating story. Well, on the diagram, I divided the 2 because some planets, they do have a size and not a mass. Some, they do have a mass and not a size. I didn't want to mix it up. The blue is a planet for which has been found with the radius. The red is with the mass, and some of them have both. That's why you see red in the blue part and blue in the red part, because some of them have both the mass and the size directly measured. There is no model here. This is real data. This is the fact. This is nature, what it is. Now, I overlay on this diagram the solar system planet that I added Jupiter. Pay attention, the unit is in a mass of the Earth. here. So 300 times the mass of the Earth is Jupiter. And in size of the Earth, Earth radius, and about 10 times the Earth radius is the size of Jupiter. You have Jupiter and you have the Earth here and Venus here. The reason why I did that is just to just make sure we all understand that all the planets that we have detected, whatever we're using one technique or the other, are drastically different from the planet of the solar system. And if there is one element have to be remembered on more than 20 years of discovery, is a lot of the planet looks very different from the one we have in the solar system. And that's a bit of an embarrassing situation because, as I said at the beginning, the planet we know very much are the one of the solar system. So we have to extrapolate. We have to use the solar system planet and try to find out how far different they are. And to do that, we have to understand this data pretty well. First, we have to understand that there is a limit into the techniques we're using. The transit cannot find much planet with a period longer than a year, typically, because the likelihood of a transit is dropping dramatically, and even with space equipment like Kepler. This is why there is a limit, and anything on the right side of this diagram here, on this line that you see here, is not being, it cannot be seen. So that's the first element to understand. Well, no, there is also a detection limit. I mean, that is also telling you there is a limit in the size. If the planet is too small and the period is too long, you cannot find it. The mass is the same. There is also a limit. And when you look carefully at this limit, you realize for the transit, most of the solar system planets, actually all of them, they're outside this limit. So the transit cannot find any of these planets. In the mass measurements, which is using the Doppler techniques, we find Jupiter, and we have found Jupiter, but we're failing at finding Earth planets. So this is a bit of a situation, it's a fascinating situation, because we cannot detect planets like the Earth, but we have found plenty of other. So what we have found is this blob of planet, this kind of, we don't call them population, but that's a group of planets called hot Jupiter. They are on short period, they have the size of Jupiter, they have about the mass of Jupiter. This is where the first one was found, and it's not just I think it has to happen because they are the most easy to find. So you always start finding with the most easy. I used to mention with my PhD defense that it's likely to be the tip of the iceberg, and it actually is the tip of the iceberg because there is a whole population under it, that we call the super Earth and mini Neptunes planet, which are also on short period. Pay attention to this blob. There is a lot found in the transit techniques because the transit is very, very sensitive for that. Which are all this planet around this 10 days, 20 days, and size 1 to 2 to 3 Earth size. Similarly, in the mass, we have also the mass of this planet that we call the super Earth and mini Neptunes that have no counterpart in the solar system. And then we have some planet that seems to be like Jupiter that have been found by the Doppler techniques. They're on the red dots on the right here, and they have the mass of Jupiter. But you may also see there is a lot of others, Jupiter kind of a planet, some of them which is 10 times more massive than Jupiter. And if you keep rising the mass, you reach a point when you become a star again. So you have to rise the mass up to 80 times the mass of Jupiter, and then it's just, you have enough pressure to make to ignite the thermonuclear reaction. And so you see, it's a very, very different picture, a very much complex picture than the vision we had before. Now, to make our life even more complicated, when you do the statistics of this kind of groups of planets, then you have a big shock, because you find out there's few percent of this hot Jupiter, very rare, 1 to 5%. 10 to 20% seems to be like Jupiter. Jupiter being seen in a very broad sense. It could be smaller, bigger, some have very eccentric orbits, so don't see that on Jupiter exactly. But more than half of the star, up to 80% of the star you see in the sky that are kind of similar to the sun, they have planets which are fitting in this kind of blob of categories, which we call the super Earth and mini Neptunes on short period. So it seems that when you form a planet, the likelihood you will end up with a planet like the solar system is not common. We don't know if it's rare because we cannot compare right now. And we cannot compare because we have this dotted line here that tell us the techniques we have is not sensitive enough. And we're working quite hard right now to try to beat this. And that's the big challenge for the next 20 years, is to be able to detect this planet that are similar to the planet like the Earth, or we used to call them the Goldilocks planets or planet Earth twin, to be able to understand how rare we are. And no, the question is why our system is like it is and why this system is where they are. I think this is also a big challenge to understand the formation. So to understand this, we have to go one step deeper. We have to go to the nature of this planet. And to do that, we can combine these two parameters, the mass and the size, and to establish the bulk density of the planet. The bulk density is the first level of information about the astrophysical content of the planet. And in a way, it starts connecting to the planetary physics of the planet, to the first order, because the bulk information you're getting. When you do that, and we have quite a substantial number of this object, and there is more every day, because there is a couple of space missions right now, TESS and Cheops, which is deep digging into this, trying to find out as much object of that kind when we get the mass and the size at the same time. You have this very interesting and broad distributions of object. We have the hot Jupiter on the top with the size of the size and the mass of Jupiter. We do see that they are slightly bigger than you would expect. We call that inflated. And that's one of the reasons why they're inflated is because they have, well, the short period of this planet is such that they receive a high level of energy from the stars, and something like in the physics of the planet is affected and is changing the behavior of the structure of the planet. It's not only energy coming to the planet, because the planet is pretty much isolated as an entity. It's likely some physical mechanism that is related to the state equation of the planet, which is being modified by this. There is more electrons, free electron, there is more iron, there is certainly more element that is triggering this. People are still debating exactly how to do that, but that's a fact. They are most of them are inflated. When you detect the planet a bit further away, they tend to shrink down onto this Jupiter and Saturn bulk density, which is the dotted line in gray you have here on the diagram, which is where you expect a giant planet to lie. So you can move the mass of the planet, remove the mass, the size will decrease according to this equation, which is a typical equation of state we have for that kind of planet. But what's interesting is when you reach the mass of Neptune, clearly the state equations of Jupiter and Saturn cannot explain the size of Neptune. Neptune is much more denser, and there is a good reason for that. There is far less hydrogen and helium, in ratio compared to Jupiter and Saturn. It's a much more denser planet. The gas are much more heavy because Uranus and Neptune have not changed, could not trap enough hydrogen in the formation process. And that's why it's sitting a bit below. And there is this blue dotted line, which is kind of a concept which is very hypothetical, which is what we call water planet. If you use the water, we know quite well the water equations for the phase transitions of the water is well understood, and for plenty of reasons is well studied for the Earth and under very high pressure as well. So we can use the water equations to predict if you make a planet entirely of water. Of course, the water inside will not be the same as the water outside, because the pressure, there will be a different phase, and there is a whole series of kind of water. I mean, if you want more detail on the water state equations, please have a look on Google. It's quite amazing how many water you can have. And you would be laying into this region, which is telling you this is a kind of a compact planet, which is made of a material which is very simple, that can be both gas and solid, depending on the nature where and the temperature of the object, which is kind of ranging a region where we used to fit the mini Neptune's area. And if you continue going down in size, even more denser for the same mass, and you understand, you can take a mass of 10 Earth mass. I mean, you take the 10 Earth mass, and you can move from the water world, when we have a lot of discoveries of planet of that kind. But you also find much more compact object, which is along this green dotted line here, and the green dotted line is where you would expect to have the Earth. So you see the 1 Earth mass, 1 Earth size. If you use the state equation of the Earth, assuming it's still valid, you keep going up and you can bring mass and you increase the size, and you have also this planet here. So in this bulk of planet that I mentioned, which is what we call the compact super Earth and mini Neptune's object, actually there is a big mix. There is a mixing of objects which have the bulk density of the Earth, other that have clearly a much more extended atmosphere, likely closer to what's called water world. And even you can even have object, and you have some planet which has 10 mass of the Earth, which is much more higher on this diagram, which is completely inflated, which seems to be more likely to be closer to a giant planet and even more puffy than the giant planet, similarly to hot Jupiter. And we have kind of hot Jupiter even at that side. So it's a very, very interesting picture we're having, because we are extending the kind of class that we had with the telluric planet and giant planet and ice giant planets or systems to a much more diversities of planet that we need to understand. And the bulk density is just the first level approach. We need to do much better to understand what we're talking about here. So this is about where we are right now. We have this whole series of options of planets, depending if you have a big core, small core, a lot of gas, little gas, and a lot of solid particle and a little solid particle, and you see the diversity that we're having. At the end, you would only see the difference by playing with the mass and the size and the number of detail layer you want to add into the planet. So it's a very open questions right now, and one way to make progress is for some of these planets to detect the atmosphere. Some of these planets have very thick atmosphere, like the ocean planet, the gas dwarf, and the mini Neptunes, and this atmosphere can be detected. The Earth-like atmosphere are so tiny that they are clearly out of boundaries right now for astrophysicists. They will be in the future, but that's where we're making progress. We're going to make progress to find out what are these other planets by trying to look at what is in the atmosphere of the systems, and how can we do that? So I will just spend a bit of time, because this is really an active and actually very timely topic. The reason why is we're using this kind of transit configurations when we have the planet going in front and the back, and these two very specific moments when the planet is in front, called a transit, and a planet behind the stars, which is called an eclipse, I think can be captured by big telescopes. And sorry, I've been speaking too fast here. And we have all follow, I guess, a successful launch of James Webb Space Telescope. This is exactly where James Webb Space Telescope will be playing a key role, is detecting this specific event for exoplanet science, and more than 20%, 25% of the telescope time will be doing that kind of science. There will be a space missions called Ariel doing only that, and we have a series of big telescopes being built right now. One of them is the ELT, there is others that have, as part of the bulk science, the purpose to study that. How does it work? Well, you look at the star and you look at the flux coming from the star, the light coming from the stars. If you do that, there's events that you will see that will change the amount of light you will receive. The first one is a transit. So it is a drop of flux at the time of the transit. And then there is a time when the planet is behind, called eclipse. Now, if you think a little bit about that, when the planet is behind, which is the eclipse, this is the only moment here. The only moment on the bottom is the zoom of the top. It's the only moment when you only see the star, right? Because the planet is behind. So because you only see the star, you have to imagine that the flux up to that level is the star. Anything above comes from the planet. So when you look in these configurations, if you have the sensitivity, and if you can find out where sit the star level, anything that is above comes from the planet and is the emission from the planet atmosphere. And that's how you can learn about the planet atmosphere. So that's one of the big techniques that people are using. We can use called the phase functions, which is a fact there is a dark side. The dark side is when you have the transit, you see the dark side of the planet. When you have just before the eclipse, you have the day side. And depending on the amount of flux, you have an idea of the temperature of each of these phases. And if you can do spectroscopy and have a very detailed analysis on the light curve, but not the light curve, through spectra, so you can even see line differences if you have a big telescopes. You can pick up wind of the planet has been done already. We are picking up wind, and we can know what is the nature of the atmosphere in the dark side and in the day side from that. So, you know, having a system like that, you can do much better than just the size and the mass. You can really get something from the atmosphere. The other very classical way to address the nature of the atmosphere is to use the transit itself. The reason is the transit is changing depending on the wavelength you're looking the object. The planet does not look the same in the infrared and in the visible. And the reason for that is because of the atmosphere of the planet doesn't have the same transparencies. You may be able to see through the atmosphere in some wavelength, or you may be blocked to see through that. To show you an example, I will show you what it looks like on the Earth. So let's imagine you have the Earth. This is the moon in that case, but let's assume the Earth is transiting the moon. So you see the very tiny atmosphere, which is the very challenge right now to detect from another planet, is 20 kilometers, which is the Rayleigh scattering. That's the reason why you see the blue sky. Well, if I use a wavelength, which is in the infrared, similarly to the military satellites, spying satellite, they see through this atmosphere. They don't see it. And at the very same moment, if I do the same picture, look exactly at the size of the atmosphere next to the moon. When I flip it right now to the infrared, you see the planet looks a bit smaller because we don't see the atmosphere anymore. So we see the planet itself. We see the surface of the planet right now because we're observing it 8 micron. It's a very different wavelength. Now, I can use the infrared as well, but to select a region that is sensitive to one very specific molecules that I know there are plenty in the atmosphere, very high in the atmosphere. We all know these molecules. It's ozone. So when you detect the ozone, when you look at the ozone, which is a very strong feature of absorption feature of 9.6 micron, the very same picture with the ozone band will look like that. So the planet is much bigger, of course, because then you are sitting 50 kilometers above the surface of the atmosphere. So I just show you that to give you an idea that we can measure molecular feature in the atmosphere of planet just by measuring the size of the planet. Of course, you need a lot of flux. You need to be able to go to the infrared. This is why we're going to space. This is why we're so excited about James Webb Space Telescopes, because this is something that will be done. We are going to do that. We're going to do that on the Neptune-like planet, on the super Earth, and we may be lucky, and we may detect very big atmosphere, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. They would be sensitive enough to be detected by these techniques. If the atmosphere is 10 kilometers, that would be challenging. But big atmosphere will be detectable on some of these planets that we have detected so far, because we know them right now. 20 years we're looking for that, so there's plenty right now around. And that's where we're going to make progress, because we will understand a bit better what is about the atmosphere of the planet. Now, when you talk about the atmosphere of planet, a lot of excitement comes about life. I mean, what does it mean for life? And then we have to be very clear. It's a very, very complex problem, and you cannot solve the problem in a very naive way. The first naive idea I want to kill, if you detect oxygen, it does not mean life. You can produce oxygen in the atmosphere of a planet in plenty of different ways, and that's a diagram I stole to Vicky Meadows that produce a lot of different ways. I mean, this is geophysics. When you interplay the physics of the planet with the physics of the atmosphere, and you can break apart water and you get oxygens, and you can even take oxygen from the CO and the CO2 and break it apart and making oxygen. So there's plenty of ways to make oxygen. So stop thinking that detecting oxygen is a sign of life. So how can we make progress on the origin of life? Well, we have to go back to the beginning in that case and try to find out what are the ingredients of life. What should we try to test to understand the possibility of life into a planet? And here you have to rely on modeling of life. And there has been, since a couple of years, a new development and progress being done on the origin of life that may be coming from the surface of the planet. The idea is very simple. When you bring a couple of simple ingredients together, like water, something from the volcanic activity, in that case SO2, SO3, and something coming from the infalling planet, that HCN, You have a neutral atmosphere, and you have a lot of energy coming from the sun, which is a UV flux. You're making chemistry. So the UV flux is breaking apart some of the molecule, making chemistry. And what has been shown is this chemistry is producing the 20 amino acids for which the life is being based on. That's a work that has been produced in 2015 by Patel et al. We tested some of these assumptions to see whether we have enough energy from the UV flux from the sun, whether it would work, and it does work. Actually, it does work practically on the solar system. So this is a realistic chemistry, at least to produce the amino acid. Of course, the amino acid is not the origin of life, but I just show you that, telling you that studying the atmosphere of a planet is telling you a bit of the story, because the atmosphere of the planet is something that will be a static element. This is something that will be evolving, and this is the connection with geophysics. Actually here, I think we know from the study of Earth that there has been a lot of evolution in the atmosphere of Earth, but the problem of the Earth is essentially we have no traces on the first billion years because of the plate tectonic has removed any useful information about the origin of life. So we're going to push that and to extend this concept into other planets. How does it work? Well, if you take the Earth as an example, again, because this is a good starting point, this is where we can at least say that there is life, at least one life that we understand, and try to make a story about this. So one of the famous diagram being used in geophysics is you divide the time of the evolution on Earth, and I like to use this diagram because it's connected many different disciplines. So you have to understand when you're talking about the planet, it's a very evolving environment. So from the early phase, which is called the nebular phase, when you make the planet, this is where the astrophysicists are detecting formation site, detecting protoplanetary disk. They're telling what is the infalling comet falling, what is the chemistry, what are the chemistry available when you fall a planet? Because that's the starting point. This is the building blocks. You cannot invent chemistry until you have the ingredients to make the chemistry on. Now, the planet, of course, will be a self-sustaining mechanism that will cool down and heavy material will sink. They will have a core. There will be a beginning of a magmatic activity. There will be a lot of infall impact, some of them dramatic, like the one creating the moon, and later on some maybe changing entirely the nature of the atmosphere. And the atmosphere clearly may have been enriched significantly by carbonate, for example, coming from the outside part, or water coming from the outside part of the solar system. It's a very likely scenario. So the atmosphere is evolving. So observing planet in its very early hot magmatic phase under the stars will be extremely useful as a comparison of what may happen on Earth. And then the planet cools down. You start somewhat the magnetic field activity, you start the volcanic activity, and you start producing some kind of prebiotic activities, or what I was mentioning. The atmosphere is full of CO2. This is what you get outside at the beginning, but slowly this is evolving, this is changing, and maybe at that point you start making life, and you start changing the nature of the atmosphere, or maybe not. Maybe you don't do that, and there's this whole concept of evolutions of the atmosphere which is embedded into this book program. And a typical diagram is to study the amount of gas you have on Earth, and then of course for us astrophysicists, we're using that as template, because for each of the phases of the evolution of the planet, we can predict what is the emerging spectra, what are the molecules that we should be looking at. And these are the famous molecules we're very excited to look at, but not only on one planet, on hundreds of planets. We're trying to make a picture. It's going to take some time, clearly, 20 years, 50 years, but we're going to fill the diagram, and we're going to understand that planet has that atmosphere, that one has that atmosphere, and they may be related. Some of them will stay forever, like Archean Earth. Some will be having some kind of feature that is resembling to the Proterozoic Earth. And we'll have maybe a shark one day. We'll find an Earth twin. It's exactly the same kind of similar, or maybe not. We may never going to find that. Of course, embedded into that, you need formation scenario about the impact of this chemistry onto life. And you rely on lab work here to do that. And to assemble life, it's not only having the amino acids. You have to demonstrate that you're building them from small molecules to bigger chemical. How do you do that? How do you drive this process? What is the conditions? what are the mechanics of that? I mean, is it going to need river, lake, bottom of the oceans, rain, volcanic activity, all this putting together? You cannot address that until having a global model, because even the best chemistry lab is not resembling to the Earth. At the end, it has to be done in the dirt. So whatever you simulate has to be simulating the early conditions that you experience on the planet. So the planet is a lab. The life and the planet are intimately connected. They goes together. You cannot decouple the story of the planet from the story of life. And I want to mention, to end these discussions, what is going on right now on Mars. Mars is fascinating because Mars is essentially what used to be the Earth after 1 billion years old. And it's kind of frozen right now. It has not accepted the surface, but the rest should have been almost the same, not much differences. So we're very excited to studying this area, you know, the Jezero Cratera, which is really where we have a robot right now. There may be more in the future. And the reason why there is a lot of excitement about these regions is actually, if you go back in time, this region should have looked like something like that, like a big lake. So we are probing one of this idea that the origin of life may have happened related to flow of river and shallow lakes, with consequences into the chemistry. So what we expect for the Mars missions right now is to demonstrate that the assumption that it has been a lake and there has been interesting chemistry related to life is true. And that's the purpose of, probing this area and looking about the detailed chemistry that may be telling us of the early origin of life is what is going to happen when we're going to bring back some of the sample. Hopefully we will do very detailed chemistry analysis of these rocks as different regions, and hopefully we will find something that has disappeared from Earth, which is the origin of life, the early chemistry of life. I don't think we're going to find life, but we may have some tracer along the very complex molecules that is seen as essential through the process of making life. The fascination here is connects with sciences, and there is a lot of similarity between some of these sites on Mars and some you have on Earth, and some of them are famous to me, which is the Atacama Desert, where we have a lot of telescopes, and this is where all everything is connected together, because we have the Earth as a test case. We can predict using the Earth as a baseline what may have happened on other planets, and that's the most exciting diagram here, which is extracted from a report that has been produced by my colleagues producing the next generation of instruments after the James Webb Space Telescope mission. So we're already thinking much beyond, try to identify some specific event related to origin of life, comet impact, volcanoes, chemistry, impact of UV flux, with the chemistry related to that. What is the chemistry molecules? What is the signpost of life according to some of these events, depending on the wavelength? This is what is being done on the right side. And the idea is by collecting a lot of these molecules, observe on other planets, using the techniques I've shown before, and maybe later on direct imaging techniques, we will get gradually a better understanding on the origin of life on our own systems, whether we are alone or whether there are plenty of chemistry, but at some point life can start, but may not develop. And it's not obvious when starting life to me seems to be pretty easy because it's just chemistry going on. But whether you sustain it, you keep it growing, it's not given. This idea that as soon as you have a life, you keep it forever. I'm not very sure about that. So this is really the way to probe that. And it was mentioned in the introductions that we are assembling a kind of a global team on that. And recently we have been awarded funding to start a Leverhulme Center in Cambridge with a couple of partners in US, in UK, and Switzerland, trying to help making progress into that, acknowledging that we are not going to understand this program, which is very, very wide, very complex, without bringing three entities: the astrophysicist and the physicist, next to the chemist and biochemist, next to the geophysicist. We have to create a new community here, which will be able to understand all these many different elements together, trying to start developing a global scenario on the origin of life on Earth, and possibly, again, extrapolating. And the extrapolation is certainly the most difficult part of it. But as soon as we start collecting data, the extrapolation will not be completely in the wild. We will extrapolating between points, even if they are very remote. As soon as we start getting some data, we start globally assembling a global extrapolation. So it's a very, very ambitious program, and I'm pretty sure that we will accrete even more interest, and we will see this topic, flourishing and growing in many universities in the world, because it's so exciting, and that's kind of a new element that we can really address properly, combining this new development going on. So I would like to thank you and open some time for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Didier. That was fantastic. Fantastic explanation. I certainly learned a lot about how you measure atmospheres. I'd always wondered how you measure an atmosphere of an exoplanet. So that was a fantastic tutorial. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Good.
And thank you for bringing us back to Earth at the end of it as well. Superb. I think I would completely echo your closing remarks on the excitement in this area. In geosciences, we often try and look back at these processes by looking at windows in time into the past in the Earth. You're looking at windows elsewhere in the universe, which is fantastic. Maybe I could ask a couple of my own questions that have occurred to me as you were talking. And the first was, one that's been in the news in the last week, the James Webb Telescope, and this fantastic unfurling of this instrument robotically. Fortunately, it all seems to have gone well. What's the time scale for us to start to obtain the sorts of data that you want? Your work is based on phenomenal observations and treatments of data that tell us new things. So how's that program going to unfurl in itself?
Well, I think James Webb is a gift. James Webb was designed not for exoplanet sciences, because at the time it was designed, there were no exoplanet. And in the course of the development and the growth of the topic of exoplanet, the James Webb has tried to realign a little bit the science to make sure they can observe also such a system. It was a big change. It does not happen very often in space development, because James Webb is designed to observe very faint objects in the beginning of the galaxies and the stars in the universe. And we are observing bright stars. So it's a completely different design, actually. But it has been done, and a lot of observation will go in the infrared with the James Webb. So we need to wait the James Webb to be cooled enough to observe the infrared region that we are interested about. The one I was mentioning, the ozone area, CO2 area, which is in the kind of 5 to 10 micron range. And there are programs, I know some people, I'm part of some of this program already, that have targeted exciting planet. One of the system is this famous system TRAPPIST-1, which we know there is possibilities that we have bigger atmosphere on some of them. So we're hoping that there will be detections, and it's planned. It's going to happen this summer and this autumn. And if everything goes according to plan, we may expect next year having the first results from James Webb Telescope. And since the launch was a great success, I heard that there is enough, consumable in the satellite that we may be able to operate for 20 years, which is great, because I expect to have more discoveries and more planets popping up in the meantime. So I think it's a fantastic mission, and we may be expecting to have surprise and good ones with the science of Webb. So it's a very exciting time.
It's always good to expect surprises. That's very good. Yeah. Another question I had about process and the way to do science, the way science is done. You early on in your presentation, you talked about the data sets of observations, and you refused to call them populations, but these distributions of observations and the limits of detection, which bias the data. Are there other problems? It struck me, how do you measure long period orbits when science is done on 3-year programs and 4-year PhD projects? And are those challenges, the way that humans operate, human timescale?
Well, there is no challenges on the scientific side, because the scientists have understood that my work can be done because of the work of people in the past. Without Newton, I would not be doing what I'd be doing. So we all understand this timescale perspective. What is more difficult is to convince the funding agencies about this. And this is where we have to work, and we have to explain that when you do fundamental science called blue sky sciences, they have to understand that the time scale we're dealing with is of the order of 10 to 20 years. This is why we have tenure. This is why we have tenure positions, is to enable people not to be under stress for doing something. No, we have to be clever. When you build up a program on the long time scale, nothing prevents you to have some kind of milestone along the way when you produce some result which is of interest. And that's what we have been doing. So in a way, the science of exoplanet is so successful right now because we have been able to feed the community with results every month, and there is something going on. While we still have failed detecting a planet like the Earth, we have detected so many other interesting aspects. So as soon as you build up a new equipment, you have to be really open-minded and try to use your equipment for the best. So I'm not worried about this because everybody is aware of the time scale, but we should not be expecting the result at a specific time. It's difficult to plan it. We have to expect this uncertainty. You know, I used to say when Einstein started developing his equations of general gravitivity, I mean, who could have guessed this would be used for the GPS later on? I mean, could you imagine Einstein writing the proposal? Oh, of course, later there will be an application. This is not how science works. So we have to accept that. We all understand that, but sometimes it's good to repeat it to the funding agencies.
Very good. There's some questions coming in from the audience, and one picking up on something you just said. Ian Spekov asks, you know, when someone discovers makes a new observation, a new planet, is there a kind of people flocking to this discovery to find out more about it? How does the science operate in terms of following up on discoveries and observations?
Well, I think there's a lot of follow-up because the field now has expanded. When we started, and I mean, the small club we were 25 years ago was only 50 people in the world. But no, you must count 5,000 people working on that. So as soon as you produce a peer review and a result, there will be people looking at that. First, they will be looking at whether there is a flow into your data, as it has to be the case in science. They may wish to repeat the observation in some case when it's challenging. And they may want to come up with a new theory, and that's part of this kind of bubbling science activities. So yes, there are. Some of the discoveries are so big and they trigger a lot of interest, a lot of follow-up, and other are more immune for some time. And then 5 years later, we realize there is something fantastic on that object, and everybody revisit something that was seen to be boring at that time. And you know, this is part of the science diversity. And what I love in my business is every day when I open my computer, I should be ready for surprise of the big news. So people ask me, when do you expect a big discovery? I say, can come tomorrow.
Yep, very good. And hopefully from some of the people listening today in good time. Yes. Yep. Another question that kind of, I think probably a number of us had in mind from Glenn Liu, about life on other planets. Do you think life on other planets would be similar to that on Earth, in particular in terms of, I guess, the building blocks of life, amino acids, or are we biased by this one observation that we have?
Well, I think the chemistry in the universe is the same everywhere. So if you would assume that there is a minimum of chemistry, you should not be too much exotic, because the more common you are, the more likely it's going to repeat itself. So I do believe the very basic building blocks has to be everywhere the same, because the chemistry is everywhere the same, almost the same. The question is then, I mean, amino acid doesn't make life. And then what is the other ingredient that you need to pop up, and whether you may start life and then stop being alive because something happened. So do you need a series of timing events, like when you build a planet, that is really at the right time and altogether that may be rare? And that's the big question actually we're asking. And frankly, my position is you can argue whatever. I mean, the only thing that matters is whether you can bring data, or whether if you have a theory, you can test it. So a theory without test is irrelevant. And if you don't have the data, it's irrelevant. So my point is we are at the stage right now where we're bringing a lot of data, either from the lab, from Mars, another planet of the solar system, and from exoplanets together. You can assemble theory, and you can make prediction and test it. And that's completely new. And this is why I think using the very practical techniques of the science, we're going to make serious progress for the first time ever. Because before that time, I think we have made zero progress on the origin of life for good reason, because we had nothing to help us to understand this.
So a lot of your work has developed from new spectroscopic observations and new technologies that have developed. And one of the questions from Cordelia Brown is about further developments in characterization. Are there things on the horizon that haven't been addressed yet? Other sorts of physical properties of exoplanets, for example, magnetic properties. Can we see aurora? Can we pick up other characteristics that in geophysics we are familiar with studying in the solar system?
Yeah, I think the magnetic activity is a very good point. I think we would love knowing about the magnetic activity on planets. There are some ways to learn something through the radio. Detections. I mean, we have been detecting the radio from Jupiter, and there is some possibility in the future, especially with the SKA, to have some element about magnetic interactions between particles from the stars and magnetic activity on the planet. But they will be restricted to a close-by planet. I think it will be difficult, and some of these elements will be almost impossible to get some detail on. Like we will never be able to take some piece of the planet and bring it back. That was, I think, we should forget. But still, we can live with that, and we try to be a bit creative and find some side effects, like the rotation of a planet. I mean, one day we will make picture of these planets. It's just a matter of size of the telescope that you have in space, and nothing prevents us to build a big telescope in space. It's just the cost and the practicalities, but we can do that certainly in terms of possibility. There's no law of physics you break here. So by doing this way, we will be able to find out if there is some pattern, and then you will see the rotation of the planet. So maybe there is some element related to the activity, magnetic activity you can pick. So, you know, the creativity of the researcher is, it depends only on the limit you put to yourself. And I think there is a lot of possibilities, and you have to also acknowledge the technology is changing. So in my case, the reason why we have been so successful, because we benefit from two technology that became available, this fast computer and optical fibers. And that was a big change, building up a complete new generation of spectrograph. I know they all essentially build the same way. There has not been a real revolution on that. But maybe tomorrow, there will be something new that will completely change the way we build some equipment. And the telescope already have completely changed the design of the telescope. On the fact we can control the mirror at a very high level. And the James Webb Space Telescope unfolding and controlling each of the mirror is the result of this robotic progresses made in the last 30 years on controlling hardware, very precise. So there's a lot of technology that we're trying to use to build the most extravagant equipment you can think about it.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Didier. I think we would all love to hear more and learn more, and we look forward to learning more in the future. Thank you so much today for giving us your time and sharing your excitement on these discoveries. I think we've all enjoyed it very much. I certainly have. Thank you, Didier.
Okay. Something going on.
Something is going on. We're not sure exactly what.
Yes.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning,
Hello.
wherever you are. Welcome to this panel discussion on artificial intelligence, ethics, and governance. I am your moderator, Heng Chee, Professor of Political Science at the Lee Kuan Yew Center for Innovative Cities in the Singapore University of Technology and Design. This evening, we have a very timely and important topic to discuss, seeing how AI is pervading all aspects of our lives and all aspects of the economy. As you know, there's a buzz around people, governments, decision makers, all feel that we must do something about the rules of the road for the world of AI. And UNESCO, just in November 2021, came up with a global agreement on the use of AI. 193 countries, members of the UNESCO, supported this, but they are guidelines, and national governments still have to come up with specifics for the regulation and the laws. Now, before I begin, I would like to invite the audience to send in their questions. This is important, via the Q&A tab, which is located under the session tab. We will have about 30 minutes of Q&A after the panelists have spoken and taken a question or two. Then you can pose your question directly to the panelists. If your question has been selected, our secretariat team will tag you in the chat. Please click on the yellow box on the right corner of the screen labeled Share Audio and Video so that we can see who you are. Now, once you are on the screen, please introduce yourself and the institution you are from before you ask your question. This evening, we hope to cover 3 content areas for the discussion. Firstly, how AI is a powerful force. Secondly, the challenges in regulating AI and the ethical concerns arising from this. And thirdly, how we can create a world where AI can be a force for good. And with us this evening are 3 distinguished panelists. They are Professor Leslie Valiant, who is a professor of computer science and applied mathematics at Harvard University. His work straddles theoretical computer science, particularly complexity science, learning, and parallel computation. He received the 2010 Turing Award in part for his contributions to machine learning. Our second panelist is Professor Simon Chesterman, Dean and Provost Chair, Professor from the National University of Singapore's Faculty of Law. Professor Chesterman is also the Senior Director of AI Governance at AI Singapore. He has authored 21 books, including We the Robots, Regulating Artificial Intelligence, and Limits of the Law. And our third speaker is Professor Cédric Villani. He is a French mathematician who has received numerous awards, including the Fields Medal, which is described as a Nobel Prize of Mathematics. In 2017, he was elected member of the French Parliament, where he champions several subjects rooted in science and particularly ecology. His report on artificial intelligence became the basis of the French strategy of AI. So you can see we have the absolutely right speakers to tackle the subject before us today. Professor Valiant. Would you take the floor, please?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank
you
you
have
for
5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me, and thanks for all the audience for coming at probably all times of the day and night for various of you. So perhaps I should start with a few comments on the nature of AI. So machine learning is a computational technique for detecting patterns, and much of the current excitement and concern about AI center on the power of machine learning. So a different but older technique in AI is search, and this led to powerful chess-playing programs. It was obvious to anyone in the field that these programs would eventually beat the world chess champion, which they did in the 1990s. But somehow this had no broader implications. In these game-playing endeavors, perhaps one finds out that humans are not as good as one thought. Machine learning is much closer to how humans function, I believe. It finds patterns in data and uses them to make predictions. One can argue that this learning process captures much of human learning and even biological evolution. So this would explain why it covers such a broad area of human capabilities, why it's so powerful. As far as its power, there are many reported cases of machine learning doing things beyond human capabilities. One of the many examples is the study of the retinas, the human eye. So it's been found that with machine learning, one can distinguish between the retinas of men and women quite accurately, which apparently none of the thousands of human eye doctors had ever observed before. Language translation is an application we can all be impressed by. It's an ideal application since in doing it, it's useful to analyze enormous amounts of data, which machines are good at, and making mistakes isn't fatal to anyone. So a related application is the detection of offensive or false content from web pages, an area that is much more controversial. While AI may make the spread of such content easier, it also offers a defense against it because it can detect it. Also very interesting are widely reported applications to protein folding, that is predicting the physical structure and chemical properties of proteins, and in high energy physics in detecting new particles. So this powerful technology for detecting patterns is useful in almost every human activity. Why the cause for concern? But personally, I was alerted to this concern at the dawn of the World Wide Web in the 1990s, when people were already trying to use machine learning to predict individual consumer behavior when shopping online. They were capturing information about individuals and using it to respond to them. This made me uneasy, both because of the privacy issue, that the information was captured that the individual did not suspect was being captured, and also because the information was used in ways which the individual had no control over. The breadth of application of machine learning now is much greater and broader than this, as are the challenges. So where are we now? The central issue, I think, is simply that machine learning is able to do many things humans do, and sometimes much better. So what's problematic about this? One can argue that many of the problems that arise with machine learning are old, and they arose already when humans were doing these things, doing these tasks themselves. For example, there's the problem of fairness to minorities. If the data one learns from has few examples of a minority, then the learning will be less accurate on that group, unless one makes efforts to get more data about that minority. But even though these problems are old, the scale and the greater ease with which machines can analyze data brings this issue to a different level. Another example is surveillance, which again is not new, but machine learning changes the scale and the ease. Besides the scale and the ease, a second issue is that the link of responsibility that existed between a human decision maker and their decisions is much weaker between the software writer and the decisions that the software which results makes. This weakening of the link of responsibility is something new. But as with several of these problems, there are technical approaches for doing it. There's room for scientists to contribute. So here, for example, it would involve contributing to new standards for specifying AI programs. So this brings me to the last question. How comfortable are we in having machines make decisions for us? Humans have to decide. Is it okay for a machine to reject an applicant for a job or a university place, to operate a lethal weapon, to start a war, to govern a country? We can assume that humans will take advice from machines in the future in all these areas, but will we allow machines to make the final call? So, thank you.
Now, Simon, could you talk about the attempts that have been made to regulate AI and some of the issues involved?
Sure, thanks. And I think Professor Valiant has really highlighted some of the enormous potential for artificial intelligence generally, machine learning in particular, to transform whole areas of society and the economy. Heng, you mentioned at the outset UNESCO's recent document. This is one of literally hundreds of documents that have sought to outline ethical frameworks, guides, principles to govern this new technology, which, again, as Professor Valiant has highlighted, has enormous potential for good, but also the potential for harm. And he emphasized the harm to individuals who might be discriminated against, classes of individuals. But I'll also pick up on what he was saying towards the end, that there are potentially larger implications for society. And it's striking that these hundreds of documents really came out in the last 5 or 6 years. And there was a big uptick around 2016 to 2018, when there were a large number of these efforts to outline how we might rein in artificial intelligence, the use of data in particular. And it's no coincidence that this happened at the same time as we were learning more about the Cambridge Analytica scandal and the abuse of data accumulated through Facebook, which it was revealed had the potential not just to engage in identity theft or discrimination, but arguably to change the course of an election in the United States and potentially the course of world history. So clearly there are issues here. We need to draw on the benefits of AI. How do we mitigate the risks? And one of the problems, I think, is precisely that we've leaped too quickly to the what question. What rules should there be? And this, I think, misunderstands the problem posed by AI as being both too hard and too easy. Too hard in that it suggests that we must reinvent the wheel, that we must come up with entirely new laws to govern these enterprises, when often the real question is precisely how we apply existing laws to AI systems. You shouldn't be able to do something through an AI system that you can't do yourself. I mean, many of these guides say you shouldn't be able to discriminate, you shouldn't be able to harm, you shouldn't be able to violate privacy. Well, you shouldn't be able to do that as an individual. A corporation shouldn't be able to do it. And so similarly, you shouldn't be able to do such things through an AI system. So I think it's helpful to take a step back and ask 3 questions about the regulation and governance of AI. And those are why, when, and how. The why question really is begging this question: what are we trying to achieve? What are we trying to do? And often what we're trying to do is mitigate the risks associated with AI. And that's the purpose of regulation generally. We're trying to address market failures. We're trying to make the market efficient so that if, for example, an autonomous vehicle hits someone, the right person is held responsible. But not all regulation is just about market efficiency. We regulate all sorts of things because we want to promote certain social goods. So, for example, on the matter of discrimination, even if it were efficient to discriminate against an individual or a class of individuals, even if it would mitigate certain risks, we shouldn't discriminate on that basis because of fundamental values that we hold dear. So those are some of the things that we're trying to do. We're trying to avoid market failure. We're trying to preserve certain values. But a separate set of issues for many countries is that they're also very wary of undermining their own competitiveness. They're wary of constraining innovation, driving innovation elsewhere. And that's why AI, I think, poses a particular challenge to many countries because they don't want to be left behind. And so there is a certain wariness. And this raises the second question, which is when to innovate. And here I'll fall back on a 32-year-old book called The Social Control of Technology by David Collingridge. And he posed what is now known as the Collingridge dilemma, which is that at an early stage of development of a new technology, it's easy to regulate because the costs are low. You can impose barriers, you can require certain activities. The problem is you don't know exactly what harms you're trying to prevent, and there is that danger of constraining innovation. And so often the incentive is to wait. But the other part of the dilemma is if you wait too long until the harms become clear, the costs of regulation go up, and it's harder to innovate. It's harder to constrain that innovation. It's harder to constrain the harms that you've now identified. And we can see that, for example, with social media. If you were back in 2004 and foresaw some of the problems we face now with what was then the Facebook, before it became Facebook and now Meta, you might have approached regulation quite differently, and you might have been able to constrain it. But it's a very different challenge back in 2022. And this leads me to my third question that I think is important to contemplate as we look at the regulation of AI, which is how we should regulate. And I think one of the other problems here is there is a tendency to think that one solution will fit all, when often we're trying to do at least 3 separate things in the regulation of AI. In some situations, all we really want to do is mitigate the risk. We have a kind of utilitarian approach. We want to get the benefits of potentially safer vehicles with driverless vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and minimize the risks associated with them. We want to achieve efficiencies through AI, which AI is often very good at. But in some circumstances, we don't just want efficiency. We do want to draw certain moral red lines. And Professor Valiant highlighted in passing one of them that I would point to, which is the delegation of the decision over life and death in, for example, a military conflict. And I think for many people, lethal autonomous weapons point to a line that we might want to maintain, that we should not be we should not be delegating decisions over life and death to machines any more than we should be delegating it to anyone else. And this is linked to the third area of a different approach to regulating AI, which is that in some situations, it's not just that we want a rational, optimal decision, nor that we even just want a human to be making the decision, for example, in the context of lethal autonomous weapons. But some decisions are intended to be made by public authorities, not because they're the best decision maker necessarily, nor because they're simply a human, but because they exist within a political hierarchy, and that's the job we've given them. And so there are certain classes of decision, public sector decisions, that should not be handed over to machines because the legitimacy of those decisions comes precisely from the office holder. And so an easy example, I think, for many of us would be, in my own area of work, a judge who determines the fate of an individual before him or her, whether they go to prison or not, whether they are awarded compensation or not. The judge makes the decision within a hierarchy, and the judge should not be outsourcing that decision to a machine any more than he or she should be outsourcing it to a corporation. So for all these reasons, I think the question of regulating AI does pose very interesting, challenging questions, but I would submit at least that it's more than one question. And I'll hold off there, but I'm very much looking forward to the Q&A to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Now, Professor Cédric Villani, you are a theoretician, you think, and you are also a doer. And you have produced ideas that have become a strategy for your government on AI. Can you discuss what the future of AI could bring in an ideal scenario, and how can governments and corporations ensure that AI is being used well and implemented well?
Hello, thank you very much for this invitation. Does anybody hear me clearly? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. It's great pleasure again to interact with GYSS, with which I have spent such great time in the past. And it's great to be always there for the high-level discussions, which are so useful, I hope, for the young generation. I will start by saying the obvious, that to know how to make AI work good, you have to know what can be the bad side. What are the examples of bad scenario and bad examples of AI? And I have to quote the important landmark book of Cathy O'Neill in the field, Weapons of Math Destruction, Math like Mathematics, which was a shock for many scientists in AI, because it showed, going through example after example with careful analysis, how a number of use cases of AI already implemented in various parts of the world, especially in the United States, were posing a lot of ethical problems. Sometimes because it was not a problem of bad will, but sometimes because it was used carelessly, or because there were some mistakes in the implementation, like bias, like reproducing human mistakes, or like bad lack of rigor in what was going on. sometimes because AI was used by people or companies with lack of ethics, and so using it for their interest, not the interest of other people. Example, there's an example discussed in the book about how some state in the United States believes that they can improve the quality of teachers with an AI-based ranking system for the teachers that would be more, you know, less biased than the system of notation by human beings, and they want to select the best teachers. And in fact, it was a disaster, the opposite of what you would expect, with the result as the best teachers were expelled from the system. Or another example is predictive police, with examples in which by trying to predict where the next crime or the next incident will occur, the police goes more in this place and finds incidents, and the prediction it becomes a self-realizing prediction. Another example is when it's about optimizing the schedules of employees in a company. If the optimization is done in such a way that the schedules become unbearable for the people because it's so fragmented, or the hours are so impossible to live clearly, then the program may be efficient, but the lives of the people may be ruined. So there were like this a number of examples, concrete examples, which showed all the problem. At the time, there was very little reflection about how what was going to happen. We could see some early warnings, but the book really changed the game about this. And then a number of people worked, as was described by the two lecturers before me, worked on finding some rules, how to ensure the buyers, that there is a good quality of service, that there is good transparency, etc., etc. And international organizations have worked on this, national have worked on this. Now there's an excellent agreement on what we should aim, and hundreds literally of reports and papers on the ethics and governance of AI have been produced with very good agreement. The real challenge is to put them in place, detect the bad behavior, and see how we observe the whole system and manage the good use of it all. Let me insist on some features which you would not think of necessarily in the first place, but which are important. First, the fact that AI will be efficient, but indistinctly for, to put it frankly, the good side and the bad side. Suppose, for instance, you will say, okay, AI is very important in the environmental transition because it will help us find the ways to economize the energy, or to put the right solar panels there, etc., etc. That's right, but AI will also be of great help for those who want to drill more oil, and those who want to make more advertisements which are more efficient for fossil fuels, cars and mechanisms and whatever. So the fact that AI can go in the right direction will not spare you the necessity to make the choices when there is one choice, and to put the money on one place and the investment. AI will facilitate, but it will facilitate at the same time the good and the bad side. So you have to be very careful, very much aware of this. Let me give another example. When the issue is about how to define the goal. What is good politics, and how can AI be of an auxiliary to politics? There are some programs of AI which have been developed over the past years and to help the politicians, for instance, win an election, like putting a better cartography of the citizens and say they are more sensitive to this issue in that district, that issue in the district, etc. And you can think, okay, that's great, because then politicians will better know the field, they will be better prepared for making the right campaign with the right subject, etc. But it may also encourage politicians to say one thing in a district, another thing in another district, to adapt their speech to the many, many possibilities and frameworks, and to have AI-based auxiliary that will transform their speech in such a way that for each bubble of conversation, it will be a different speech. It's this integration of politics in which the politician will just become a machine in saying what the elector, what the citizen wants to hear, and that would be a disaster if it is pushed. I have seen in some innovation competitions some hard disputes between the jury and innovator just for this precise issue of this AI-based politics system. Let me give another issue. When it's about shaping jobs, sometimes a practice which may seem disturbing, is it plus or no? It may be difficult to say. Professor Chesterman mentioned the issue of hiring people. Now we have data and we have studies showing that automatic analysis of curriculum vitae in general is more efficient if it's done with the right program than the human conversation to decide whom you should hire, because there are so many human bias in the conversation that very often you hire somebody because you like that person and not because that's the best resume and the best skills. But then it may be a shock to say, okay, I'm going to be hired in that human organization, and it will just be a program that will decide where's the libre arbitre, where's the possibility of the free choice, etc. And we really have a choice to make the society, and it's an ethic dilemma in which you have to put in place the efficiency, the fact that what you want, sometimes that you also need to have some basic matching of personalities, but accept that for some to recognize the fact that human is very poor at some tasks, including some of the basic tasks of fair judgment, etc. It's one of the major themes of the recent book by Dan Kahneman and co-authors, Noise, insisting on how we humans are very poor at certain tasks. Last but not least, to know what AI will bring, even if it's performed well, as a reorientation of society, changing the ordering and the hierarchy of some jobs, the power relations and so on. We really have to observe and make experiments because nobody knows how it will work in practice. I remember the words of a minister for some Asian country, which I will keep confidential here, who told me in private discussion, you know, AI is the greatest inequalizer ever. Whenever a situation you apply it to, it tends to favor inequality. And this is something that we have to be extremely careful about and to observe and make experience.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Villani. I think there is, I sense some grounds for disagreement, but I'm going to take the questions that are posed first by the audience before I raise some questions following, you know, what each of you have said. First of all, may I just remind the audience, please put in your question into the Q&A chat so that we can answer your questions. There are quite a few of you, and all of you are very intelligent scientists, global young scientists, so we look forward to your questions. But let me begin with Francis Buckland Willis. Can you please press on the orange box and press share video, audio and video, so that we can see you? Ah, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. Yes.
Hi.
Would you like to repeat your question?
Yeah, so my question was just basically how do you envision the process of appealing against decisions made by AI systems? Because obviously it's not always obvious the way they make these decisions, and how do you prove bias and things like that in a legal sense?
Yeah, it's bias. It's appeal processes, the appeals processes, you know. And this is for the panel. Anyone in the panel can take it, but would Simon like to try first?
I can start as the token lawyer.
Yes.
But I think Professor Valiant will have something to say about this as well. I'm sure Professor Villani also, because it really speaks to one of the key challenges of AI, which is partly the speed with which it operates, partly the autonomy with which it operates. But I think with machine learning in particular, it's the opacity of decision-making that raises real challenges.
Absolutely.
There are challenges there, but also some opportunities. The challenges are precisely, Francis, as your question raises. If we don't understand how a decision is made, how can we hold someone to account? And that might sound like it would apply across the board, but actually there are all sorts of areas of life where we don't really care about the fundamental understanding of what's going on. I mean, a trivial case, in days when we can fly, the fact that I don't understand the principles of aerodynamics doesn't prevent me getting on an aeroplane. Perhaps more relevantly, there are many medical technologies which we adopt, pharmaceuticals, for example, which we use because we've had statistical randomized trials and they're shown to work, even if at a molecular level, we don't know exactly how they work. The situation is even more extreme in psychiatry, where there are many treatments where we don't actually know exactly how and why they work, but we allow them to go on. And I think there are some areas of life in the context of AI that we would be happy to allow AI to make certain decisions without necessarily requiring a high degree of explainability. But in areas that affect sort of rights and obligations, the sort of examples we've been talking about, hiring decisions, credit decisions, political decisions, then it is fundamental that we understand the reasons. And this is actually one of the opportunities of AI, that AI, at least at the moment, if you ask it a question, it will try to tell you the answer. And that is actually an opportunity here, that if you ask an AI system, if you interrogate it properly to say, are you biased against women or on the basis of ethnicity, often it will try to tell you the truth in a way that a human wouldn't. And this actually is one of the paradoxes, that in the context of AI explainability, I understand the call for AI explainability, but in some situations, we're almost holding AI to a higher standard than we hold humans. Because if you ask a human, are you sexist, racist, or whatever, he or she will almost never say yes. But we don't then require him or her to have a functional magnetic resonance imagery scan of the brain to determine whether he or she's telling the truth. So yeah, long way of saying, yes, it is a problem, but not in all areas. And in some situations, it might actually be easier to hold an AI system to account than it is to hold a human to account.
Are you saying, Simon, that machines have a sense of morality?
No, I'm saying exactly the opposite.
No, you said, you ask if the machine is biased, can the machine tell you that, yeah, I'm biased,
So if you ask a machine, and this is some of, I think Professor Villani was alluding to this,
Yes.
there's the well-known studies of Amazon transferred much of its hiring to an algorithm which looked at 10 years of data and very quickly concluded, right, you don't want to hire women. And Amazon was horrified, but actually the machine learning process deduced certain information from their past history that actually helped to reveal human biases. So no, I mean, I defer to Professor Valiant on whether machines have morality, but my understanding is no, and that's actually a benefit in some circumstances.
Right. Would Professor Valiant or Villani like to make a comment here? And I sense that, in fact, Professor Villani, you mentioned that, in fact, in making decisions, human beings have biases. Of course, we have biases, and machines don't. But is that, in fact, what we are looking for? Totally unbiased decisions? Sometimes bias is good, because I know you've been working hard. I give you a few extra brownie points for that.
That sounds perfectly fair to me, but please.
Okay, let's make a few comments, because that's this fascinating issue. First, total unbiased does not exist. I mean, if you want to raise something that is totally unbiased, you have to specify bias with respect to which and which and which and which, and you could put hundreds of traits with respect to which you should not be unbiased. It makes no sense. But think of this, for instance. There were studies made on human judges about things such as whether you would put such and such prisoner on parole, or whether you would sentence to which, how many years in jail you would sentence for this and that offense. And experiments done with good control, in which there is no a priori difference between the files, etc., has shown some amazing variance. Experience in Israel has showed from the parole difference in the probability to get the parole with going from with a ratio of 2 between the good hours and the bad hours, ratio of 2, in which factors such as whether the judge is tired, or whether the judge is hungry, or whether the judge is fed up, or whatever, it plays a role. It's normal. Human is not a machine. Human has some emotions, and the human has some physical, ties to reality. So whether when you are tired, you make bad decisions, it is clear. when the atmosphere around you has too high a concentration in CO2, then your intelligence is down. It's a fact. It has been measured, and you can even quantify the amount of IQ that you lose, and that, etc., etc. So that, and in another case which was studied in the US for federal offenses, it was found that really the number of years that you get in jail for some offenses can depend sometimes on the choice of the judge. Same judge can give you, judge will give you 4 years in prison for the same offense. Another judge will give you 7 years in prison. This is fact observed and demonstrated. Yes. So in these issues, in these kinds of situations, you don't want such a bias. You want to be able to improve. In such a case, however, you don't want either to have an algorithm which makes a decision on you, because I would say by definition, a judiciary system is human beings, judges human beings, in the same way as for me, social security system is human beings taking care of human beings and so on. However, the machine could be able to assist you, facilitate the decision, give guidelines, help the human system progress. It is one way in which your machines can be able to help humans getting less biased. We may think that bias sometimes is a good thing, but there are so many bad biases around the world. Sexist biases, biases about race in many cases has been demonstrated and proven. Depending on the spelling of your name, you may get a grant or not. Yes. Just depending on the spelling of your name. And that machines can help us go over such biases.
Thank you. Professor Valiant, would you like to add anything or take a new question?
Well, just a comment. So I think the question may have been partly about, what you do in an individual case. If there's a decision that has been made, how do you complain?
Yes,
how do you get explanation?
Right.
And so on that, I think I agree with the earlier comment that in some sense we are holding machines to a higher standard than humans, because as humans, we're not really spoiled as far as getting explanations. So if you apply for a job and you're rejected, you don't get a very good explanation. And however much you ask, they'll never explain to you why you were rejected. So the idea of getting good explanations doesn't seem to be part of the human system we have. And so if we're replacing some of these human functions by machines, then we are challenging the machines to a higher standard, because we are insisting on better explanation. So there's a challenge to that, and it's not an easy question. So also depends that we don't quite know exactly what kind of explanations people want, and different people expect different kinds of explanations. What explanation would satisfy you, for example? I think it's a fundamental question, obviously, but no easy answers, I don't think.
Thank you. Hu Guoping has asked a question. Can you come on screen, please, Mr. Hu Guoping? Please press share audio and video and ask your question. Well, if we can't see him, can I just read the question to save time? Huh? If he comes on, that's great. AI is obviously an international trend and technology. Governing it properly would require enormous efforts globally, but globalization is facing quite some problems. Mr. Hu, are you there? Oh, there you are.
Yes, I'm here. It just took some time for me to get onto the camera. I'm not sure what's going on. Camera is not working. Hey, my name is Guoping. I'm from the University of Western Australia. Sorry about the camera, it's not working. But my question is about AI. It's also about globalization. Like, even the world standard is not working properly for every country. I mean, it works for some country, but not every country. As AI, it's obviously an international technology, and it's going to work for everybody around the world. Are they able to build a standard for this, and what do you see the future of it? Thank you.
So this is a basic global governance challenge, and I think it's been fascinating to watch these various initiatives, but a real wariness about adopting hard laws on the part of individual countries for the reason I was talking about earlier, that I don't want to get left behind. Heng Chee mentioned at the outset the UNESCO's document. Probably the most prominent, not global, but at least regional document we have is the European Union's draft regulation. And I think the bet, and I defer to Cédric on this, but the bet that the EU is making is that there might be a kind of Brussels effect, much as data protection around the world has been forced now to look at the European General Data Protection Regulation. There is the possibility that you could do this with AI. The problem, I think, is that we've seen that the attraction of certain forms of AI has pulled the world in at least 3 different directions. And this is the approach that I see, at least. Slightly simplified, but it's worth outlining. The first is a very rights-based approach that we've seen in the European Union, linked with the protection of individual rights, linked with privacy most prominently, and we've seen that in the European context, and I assume most of you are at least aware of that. A second approach, which the United States typifies, has been a kind of market-oriented approach. The United States doesn't even have a federal data protection regulation. There has been some talk about regulating AI, but it's really the market that's been dominating this. And it's striking that after a series of scandals, it's the corporations, Facebook, Google, and others have come out asking for regulation. Yes. I think because they realize if they wait too long, the regulation will take the form of just breaking them up as entities rather than regulating the market that they hope to dominate. A third approach is the Chinese approach, which at least until very recently was very much sovereignty focused. So if you've got rights in the European Union, markets in the United States, sovereignty was China's focus. Developing its economy and ensuring its national interest, national security was being protected through things like data localization. But really in the last 12 months or so, we've seen a shift in China's position with the desire to rein in tech companies for both political and for economic reasons, but also police some things that are regarded as social ills. So you've seen the restraint of video games, the restrictions on tuition. So I think all of this points to a real bifurcation, or if you like, trifurcation of a global agenda, which means it's going to be very hard to get all states to play together. And you end up either with initiatives like the Global Partnership on AI, which the United States ultimately joined precisely because it was excluding China, and that was part of a rivalry between them, or you have documents like UNESCO's, which, to be candid, are pretty thin gruel and would impose a very low level of responsibility, low levels on the governments, and intentionally non-binding.
Yes. Now, I'm going to go to the questions because there are so many questions now. This is for Professor Leslie Valiant from Ahmed Bayat. Ahmed, are you there? Maybe I'll read your question. We can see your face in the interest of time. From Ahmed Bayat, do you think the future of AI lies in the combination of search and learning? Could such a paradigm solve some of the issues with learning? Is for Professor Valiant.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, what I'm interested in, have been for a long time, is combining learning with reasoning. So reasoning is related to search. So if you the deficiencies of AI now, which the sense in which AI gives you bad decisions, I think many of those could be improved by incorporating reasoning with learning. So reasoning in the sense of traditional logic, but it should be adapted to work with machine learning. So so I think there's this, of course, GYSS is a science conference, so there's also a question of what room is there for scientists to contribute to these questions. And so one area clearly is to make AI decisions better. So I think there's a very big scientific scope for extending machine learning to encompass other capabilities, in particular reasoning. Yes, so I think I agree with the questioner.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the next question to Professor Villani. JJ Avodipe? Yes. Sorry, that's Ahmad Bayat, but is JJ Avodipe here? His question or her question is, what would you say that having an interdisciplinary team in the advancement of AI technologies is important to combat bias or limitations? Is for Professor Villani. Should you have an interdisciplinary team in your advancement of AI technologies?
I will say first that AI in itself is interdisciplinary. It's partly computer science, partly mathematics, partly statistics, and partly whatever else subject you're working on. If you are doing AI for mobility, you need some experts in mobility, experts in car, and experts in all the techniques which are needed to build a car. If you are making AI for defense, you need to have experts in the defense. If it's AI for environment, you need to have experts in environment. And actually, it's extremely interdisciplinary in the way it works. Projects in AI which work and produce things are often projects in which you have a team which is experts in algorithmic working closely with a team which is experts in whatever subject you want to make advanced. It may be the logistic of an installation, it may be the transportation or whatever. And because the subject has done very much experimental, you need often this collaboration to be run in the long term with trust among the people who are in this. This also is true for AI in relation with science. There's a debate about whether, some people will say there's a debate whether AI is science or whether it's technology or whether it's engineering. But it's true that AI can be incorporated within science. We could just run some examples. Nowadays with AI, you try to understand how the catalysis works by working out the shapes of the molecules and which effects you can expect from their spherical configuration. Or in some other projects, use AI to detect through the use of medicine what are combinations of medicine which have some positive resonance effect and so on. In all these situations, you have some guesses or some signals to some AI experiments which you are hoping to transform into new science, new knowledge. And this can be done only through an interdisciplinary approach. This is also true for the social sciences approach, of course, when you have about the effects of AI on the work and job, employment, etc. The conclusions will have to be derived through an interdisciplinary approach involving human and social sciences.
Thank you. Now, can we have the sound louder, please? Because it's beginning to tail off. Now, there's a question here which is quite interesting. It's from Ayan Nusubakov. Can we see, Ayan, can you press on share video, audio and video, the orange box? Now, the question is, there you are. Would you like to read out your
hello.
question? Yeah.
So my question is, so let's say that AI is progressed so much that you could use it to run the government, so that potentially exclude the bias of ruling people, like no corruption, nepotism, and etc. and etc. And what do you think that how would this backfire in the long run? Yeah.
And you are from, Ayan? Where are you from?
Oh, sorry. I'm from Singapore. I'm the student, PhD student in NTU.
From?
From Singapore, is it?
I know. Oh, you're from Singapore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Singapore, but yeah, I'm my country. Originally, I'm from Kazakhstan.
I thought so. I saw your name, so yes. Now, would anyone like to try this? Would you?
I like to say, since I also have the position, let me say that it would be completely current state of technologies or foreseeable future of technologies, totally unrealistic to have AI type governments. First, the complexity of action that you have to take talking politics, even good faith action. I mean, not with a crook or whatever, is amazing. And when you are immersed in it, you realize how much there are various types of configuration situations. It would be impossible to a priori think of all these issues when you want to program the AI. It has to take into account interpersonal relations and the geography and the culture and the fact that somebody knows somebody who has a contact in there and whatever. It's absolutely unrealistic for that. Also, let me say, when you want to stop a practice by go to the extreme of the something that is totally unfalsifiable, you may run into difficulties. We went through, it's not just about AI. Let me give you a historical example, which is extremely interesting and treated by various authors, is the invention of the meter. You know, meter was invented in France at around 1800 when the revolutionaries, they wanted to get rid of the system of the ancient regime in which there were tens of thousands of different units of measure for the length and whatever all around the country. And they said, okay, let's have one unit and we'll make it universal. So it will be defined through first measuring the earth. It was crazy, measuring the earth and deciding that the meter is 1 divided by 40 million, the length of the earth, the circumference of the earth. When the meter was put in place, it was big trouble. In particular, one of the trouble was that this perfect conversion was killing an economy which was taking advantage of little margins and conversion rates to have some little bit of money going here and there. In the same way that when you transfer money from one country to another currency, then there is a little bit of difference which is taken by the bank or whatever. All that economy which was local and useful to the people and so on was destroyed immediately, and this was a lot of problems. It was one of the reasons why eventually France abandoned the meter a few years later, 1807, before going back to it quite later. You should not go to the extreme of trying to find a solution which is perfectly virtuous.
Thank you. Now, you know, we're running out of time, but there's a very good question, highly voted, and I would like to get the comments of all the panelists. The question comes from Mustafa Umit Honor. Mustafa, would you come on the screen, please? And he asks, I think AI is mostly produced in rich countries, but it is consumed by people all over the world. What are the potential risks of that? How can we bring production of AI to all the world? Thanks. Mustafa, can we see you? But would you begin?
Sure, it is a great question. And I can tell you the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, has a whole series on AI for good and how AI can assist in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But AI, again, offers both a threat and an opportunity. The threat, I think, has been alluded to by a couple of us, that this tool of great efficiency has resulted in all sorts of benefits for many of us, but the greatest economic consequence of that has been the accumulation of great wealth by small numbers of companies. And so you just look at the biggest companies in the world, they're the companies often with the most data. I don't need to go through the list. So there's that risk of AI basically exacerbating inequality. The potential benefit, however, and this is what the ITU and others have been discussing, is that many of the challenges of developing countries are challenges of efficient allocation of resources, of the ability to develop new technologies in a sustainable way. And AI, in terms of its optimization ability, offers great potential there. And so the example I use in the legal sector is that in some areas of dispute settlement, for example, there is a possibility that using AI tools, you could do for legal sectors what the mobile phone did for the telecommunications sector, that rather than having to go through the stage of developing landlines and then developing mobile telephones, many developing countries went straight to mobile telephones and therefore leapfrogged that stage. So there is at least a possibility, if it is fairly distributed, if it is equitably distributed.
Yes. Would Leslie like to say something?
Well, yes, just so by its nature, it's like mathematics, anyone can practice anywhere in the world. It doesn't need any investment. So AI has some of that flavor. Obviously, data is a factor, but there's no fundamental reason why scientists around the world in any country not pursue AI. So I think that's an optimistic direction that the science of AI, there could be something democratic in that, although there isn't very much evidence at the moment of that.
Mm-hmm. And Cédric?
Yes, I will add something. As yes, AI skills are distributed all around the world. This I'm quite confident of. But the economic, which will allow for the rise of data, the emergence of data and so on, differs very vastly from country to country. Also, the culture may differ very vastly from country to country. Let me give you one example. As consequence of my report, it was decided that in France we would set up a national platform of health data so that the hospitals and the companies doing medicine, etc., can compare, feed with data, make some conclusions, etc. 4 years later, this health data hub is still not operational. It's not an issue of skills, it's not an issue of technique, it's an issue of culture and politics, because it's a very sensitive issue, especially in France, because of the past history and the issues with in particular, Second World War. It's a very sensitive issue about what is a national platform of personal data run by the state. Always makes a lot of anxiety in the population and the newspapers and the media and in the administration. And so this cultural obstacle is even much more difficult to solve than the technical obstacle. And that we know intelligence is very widely distributed around the world, but culture is extremely different from one country to one country and continent to another continent.
Thank you. I see the sign time's up is there. And we did start a little late. Oh, thank you very much. I can still carry on because I see a lot of questions coming up. And now, which should I choose? There is one by Ravin Champua, which says, would human-powered AI, for example, explainable AI, that trains the human soft skills like empathy and compassion, will they solve the ethical concerns problem?
Look, one sentence.
Yes.
If the problems of ethics could be solved by an algorithm, humans would have solved them in the thousands of years we've been grappling with these questions. So no, I don't think it would solve the problems.
Yes.
And I'm very wary of the kind of outsourcing of AI, of ethics to AI principles. But Leslie might be more optimistic.
Well, no, on ethics, I agree. It's up to humans to choose there.
And Cédric, agree?
Agree.
Thank you.
But it's a great question. Thanks for asking.
Thank you. You know, right. I have time for one more. So this comes from Philip Derag. I have concerns in our dependency on AI. If AI gives erroneous data, how can we confirm or rely on the data and answers that are given? How does one argue with AI when we do not know the answer ourselves? Here's Philip on the screen. Where are you from, Philip? Please identify yourself.
I'm from Ireland in Dublin.
Thank you.
So yeah, so that's just my concern, that like if you're using AI and you're dependent on it, how can you convince yourself that the AI is correct? Like, because there may be errors, and because of that, it might affect the results.
Yeah, so if I can make an obvious comment, so if someone publishes some medical study, then they usually tell you what the data set of patients is based on. So presumably one needs some standards that if you rely on an AI system which is trained on some data, you'd want to know what the data was. So so an AI system divorced from the data on which it's trained doesn't make sense. I think one should just have more common sense expectations of one wants information about the nature of AI system, what data is trained on, maybe how it works. So I think one doesn't need to treat AI as being an unknowable black box, because we do understand some things about it, and if one treats it a bit more rationally and consistently, I think some of these problems could be addressed.
Would you like
let me also add, in some sense, humans are black boxes. What do we know of how the guy thinks? However, first, if somebody is able to make a task so many times, then we trust this guy, this pilot who has flown so many planes and so on. And second, there is some natural way to build the trust between human beings, which is part of our biology. There are people we trust, people we don't trust, etc. I believe very much when we say we want to trust a technology, actually the trust will go to either somebody or to a company. Maybe you trust the company who will develop the software, or maybe you trust the person who is developing the software, etc. And very often we focus so much attention on why would we trust this technology, and not enough attention about why we should trust this company or this person.
Maybe I'll just address the flip side of this, which is the so-called automation bias, that we as humans tend to put undue weight in the competence of machines. And there's actually an interesting market example of this. Many of you listening will know the Society of Automotive Engineers levels of automation for driverless vehicles, for autonomous vehicles. Level 1, basically, you're still doing most things. Level 2, it does things like lane assist, cruise control. Level 3, you can let go of the wheel, but you've got to be ready to grab it at any moment. Level 4, you can basically go to sleep. Level 5, there might not even be a steering wheel. Most car companies have now decided they're not going to do level 3 because it is the most dangerous. Because most of us, if we're driving, we can pay attention. But we're very bad at sort of letting a machine do something, but then being ready to seize back the wheel. And most car companies have now concluded that would be a disaster, because that's essentially what happened with back in 2018 in Arizona, when the first pedestrian was killed by an autonomous vehicle because the driver, in theory, was meant to be ready to seize the wheel. And in fact, she was watching a streaming episode of something on her telephone instead.
Thank you.
Right. Sorry, let me add something, because what Professor Chesterman said is quite important, and I'd like to reinforce even this with some analogy. There's a debate about, in many countries, should we impose that people who cycle in the roads, etc., on the street, wear helmets?
Yes.
And associations of defense of the bicycles insisted that you should not impose this rule because it is bad for cycling. And there are several reasons, and it's explained. And one of the reasons is that if you impose this, then there will be less people driving. For instance, oh, I don't have this helmet, I can't take this the self-service bicycle, which is etc. So it will diminish the number of users. The number of users going cycle goes down, then the people who run in the cars are less used to them. The number of cyclists is less of force. It drives the entire behavior. So in this case, the security gained by the number of people who cycle is superior to the security gained by the helmet. And you can see this in statistics. The countries which imposed the helmet for the cyclists did not see the numbers of accidents go down. Quite not. So this is an example. You could see if you put too much regulation on some AI tools, then maybe there are less AI tools that will be used. So there will be less opportunities for the society to get used to them and to improve the behavior. So we do have also an effect related to the number, which may go in counteraction to the effect which is gained by the security that you put on the software.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we have reached we've really exceeded our hour. But can I just squeeze in one little question to the panel? Well, I know that we've been looking at very immediate and sort of immediate use of AI questions, but can I ask a more philosophical question here? which is, Professor Valiant, you deal with technology, Simon, you look at regulation, and Cédric, you sort of work out the strategies of AI for the government. But, I'm a layperson, laywoman. And I worry that, I ask myself, what happens to human nature when machine learning and the machine takes over? What is the point of being a human being? Leslie?
Well, okay. Well, I think you should worry less than you do.
You mean
I
far
don't-
from there, is it? Are we far from that stage?
I don't think machines.
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't think it's in that sense. Okay, so don't worry.
Cédric, after you.
As a politician, there are so many subjects I'm worried of. Each day I feel like I'm seeing the doom of mankind coming, but the list of dooms isn't, the subject you mentioned is not on my list. There's so many ways that mankind can die, but not that one you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think at the heart of your question is something that I worry about a little bit, which is that AI is great at optimization.
Absolutely.
But not all of life is just optimization.
You
Getting
make the
us,
human being redundant.
well, yeah, to get us as quickly as possible, to earn as much and to spend as much as possible. Life is about more than that. And it actually goes back to the earlier question about the sort of worst case scenarios. I worry less about politicians being replaced by AI than politics being dominated by AI. And if you want a kind of scary example, I'll conclude with a well-known the paperclip parable that Nick Bostrom popularized, which the only way you could have AI politicians is if AI had power. And then the problem is, what would you tell the AI to do? And this example, this trivial example, was you told an AI system, an all-powerful superintelligence, to make paperclips. And then it would work out very quickly that the only way to keep making paperclips is, one, prevent anyone ever switching it off. So you must kill all the humans. And then you can deploy their atoms to make ever more paperclips. And this is clearly a ludicrous example, but I think it points to one of the concerns we have about AI, which is that it can be very efficient, very powerful, but it lacks common sense. And common sense is something that we as humans take for granted. But as we think about the future of AI, I think we should also think about precisely our role and the future of humanity.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I thank on behalf of NRF, I would like to thank Professor Valiant, Professor Villani, and Professor Chesterman, and our audience for being with us this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Bye.